Hello, 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 and welcome back to the Atelier Nekozuki stream. My name is Katie, and we are here, along with this cat that's like just adoring the attention. So hopefully she's not too much of a pest. She was just trying to chew my mic though, so who knows how today is going to go. It may not be chaos because of the Kato bags, but chaos because of my cats. I always say if it's not the kids, it's the cats and vice versa. And this would be a case in point of cats. All right, so I have hit the point where it's like, okay, we are going to be selective about what I get done. I have a few here that I picked out last night, basically. We need to finish off the strawberries and the wisteria and the carousel horse in the snow globe. And then we are going to assemble the interiors and exteriors and just see where we get. There is a little bit more work to do before everything can get finished. So specifically, I need to still cut the leather, and I need to brand and cut the labels as well. So that's where I'm like, okay, I think we're at the point where we need to call it. So we got a significant amount done. Surprisingly, still a little bit sad, but you know what? It's got to be called somewhere. So I think this is as good a place as we're going to get. If I can get more done, I'll get more done. If I can't get more done, well, there'll be a lot of bags for the next show. Okay, and then I think it was just that one. Now, a lot of these already have their interior sewn, so that is one of the benefits. Of all of this, at least. Those are a different interior pocket. And off we go. All right, Delia, you gotta go, honey bunches. I know you want to hang out, but my goodness. Anyway, what ended up happening that like also put us behind yesterday is I kept finding more to finish when I was already into like the next step. So it's just like, oh my goodness gracious. Oh, I want the other strawberries. I didn't see the other strawberries. Where are the other strawberries? Come on, strawberries. And the carousel. I did not see either of those. Excellent. Fantastic. I know they're done. Well, that might just be they're done. And they ain't gonna get sewn. Okay, one more look. And then if I cannot find them in this look, we will move on because I don't have time for this right now. Or any more than what I'm doing right now. Okay. One more look for strawberries and the carousel horse. Otherwise, I've got all the other ones there that I like handpicked. Obviously, we got a massive pile here, so realistically, we could finish any of these and I would be happy. But those were like the specific ones. Okay. Well, nope. SOL. I do not see them. Unless they're right here. And I've like been skipping them like I was skipping yesterday. Nope. I do not see them. Oh, okay. There's the carousel and there's the strawberries. Okay, cool. So we'll start there because those will be the most recent ones. The machine is currently off so that I don't accidentally step on the pedal and send this into work mode. So, yeah. And I got a efficiency tip last night on the stream, which I very much appreciate, which was, I'm going to move the laptop back so I got a little bit more room to work. Wrap tape around where I need this actually to sit. Look at that. Then it catches and I don't have to worry about it. And I don't have to like use the brain power consistently to get it actually installed at the right height. So, anyway, I did also see my neighbor. She is pregnant, so it confirmed my suspicions because I was like, I think she is, but I didn't like. You don't want to assume. But yeah, due very rapidly, so that's why it came up as like due within like the next week sort of thing. It's like, oh, you're close. Congrats, you're at the like home stretch and the start of the next section. I did tell her though, because her husband also is out of town a lot. That's just the nature of his job as well. And I said if she needs any help, like, do not hesitate to knock on the door. Because we're home most of the time. come on, down you go. And I'm like, and I know, solo parenting, especially that first few times where you're like, how am I going to do this by myself? You figure it out, obviously, and we do, but just nice to know sometimes that someone's got your back. I knew even with my neighbors in the old house, even though they didn't explicitly say it, it's like I could have knocked on either of their doors at pretty much any hour, and they would have come helped me no matter what. So that was nice too. I just wanted to be more explicit about it because it's like those neighbors, we'd been around for like, hi, well, you are a very gorgeous kitty cat, but you are also being a pest. Hi, my old girl. What's up? Yeah, are you just feeling spicy right now? A little bit feisty. But, so anyway, so, yeah, due very rapidly here. And I was like, oh yeah, that's going to be close to our youngest's birthday. So that's kind of cool too. Obviously, a few years apart, but that's okay. Whatever. It's also exciting that there's going to be more young kids on the street because we have very few young kids on our street, to be honest. Like, and I mean like young kids as in under 7 or 8, to be honest. So at least that's what my best guess of their ages would be, I guess. There we go. All right, so this tape hack is amazing, and it is speeding this up so much. We are just completing a small selection of bags that I handpicked out of the pile yesterday, just to make sure that I at least have some finished. And then if I do get enough time, we will work on more. This will also give us a rundown of like how long it's actually going to take me to get these together, like assembled and sewn. Because here's the thing is I always underestimate just how long these fiddly bits take. And then the other underestimation that typically tends to happen is the whole, I still need to prep the leather. We'll get there. That's all good. Dahlia, do not chew the canvas. Or the... Miss Cat. Stop. Anyway, yeah, and I did ask, I'm like, do you need anything for the neighbor? And they're like, nope, we're good. I'm like, cool. We're set. Because obviously we have a bunch of baby stuff that could be like shuffled around if need be, so. So we'll get them. Once we know that they're like officially here and they're home and all of that, we'll go and get like a Skip gift card or something like that so that they can do some meal delivery, because that'll help save some money in that postpartum period. Or not save money, but like just, yeah. Where did those super cute little stickers come from? They're like 2 little hearts. Cookie hearts. My phone's probably not going to like focus on them, but they are adorable. No. All right. Anyway, Dal says the kid's out at the playground right now, which is good. We've already gone for our walk, also good. So we're not going to walk after dinner. Blah, blah, blah. Nanny, nanny, nanny. I am fighting a headache, probably because I was up too late last night. Yay. But, all right, we are down to 4 more that we're going to clip, and then we will start the actual sewing. Yeah, just about there. Just about to the sewing part. And then, like I said, we'll see how long it actually takes to get everything assembled. And turned is the other important bit here, because that obviously takes time as well. Turned and finished, and then glue in on the logo, branded logos. So I have a feeling how this day will go down. What time is it? It's 1:30. So dinner will be around 5. So the strategy will be that we will be finishing all of these up until dinner time. turn them, and then post dinner I will brand and cut the leather that these need to have put in on them, and then glue it all. And hopefully not be too late because there's other stuff to do tomorrow. Because I've got a 12.5-mile run tomorrow. Stop. Because I'm training for the Calgary half marathon right now. Dahlia. Okay, so the issue with Dahlia is she's one of these cats where they don't know their own limit on energy, and so they'll like take it until they're overstimulated, and then they'll go like and like just lose it on you. Yeah. Hot or cold, doesn't matter. Oh, sorry, we have Dahlia. Stop. Yeah, we got 4 more bags because I want to do the wisteria as well. All right, so we've got the pink strawberries. Oh boy, okay. Pink strawberries, strawberries, strawberries. Pink strawberries, strawberries, strawberries. So this is like dusty pink, bright strawberries with the floral, cotton linen blend. It's got that nice different texture. And this one came from Nomura Taylor House in Kyoto. And remember that specifically because these were on bolts and I pulled the bolts. You don't get to do that in Nomura Taylor. Nomura Taylor, it's actually really cool. So they're basically sister stores. And then, but they both had slightly different selection. It might be because one fabric was more popular at one store than the other, or they split stock. I don't know, but it was worth the extra time to visit both stores. So I'll remember that next time I go as well. Not as big a deal when I'm doing like a longer trip with family, but a little bit bigger deal when I'm doing a solo trip because I'll have to plan it in a little bit better. Last time I did Nomura at the end of going to the temple market, and I spent way longer at the temple market than I should have. So I think next time what I'll do, it all depends on who I visit as well. I'll go in and do Nomura first, like the very first day, basically fly in. This is pie in the sky solo trip plans. Daydream monologues. There we go. Anyway, fly in, boogie down, get to Kyoto. I figured out where the hotel is right across from Nomura Taylor, so that's where I would stay. A little bit off the beaten path, so it should be a little bit quieter, even though it's like the main shopping street in Kyoto, from what I can tell. And then do Nomura Taylor House first thing in the morning, or Nomura Taylor first thing when it opens. There's actually a bead shop I want to go visit in Kyoto. It is a little bit out of the way, but I think it'll be worth a trek. And then I can have dinner that night with someone. Ship my bag, blah, blah, blah. And then if everything lines up, it would be Temple Market. Maybe not that day, but the day afterwards. And up to Tokyo for Tomato, and then fly out. Man, that sounds glorious right now. I like how, like, the one thing that I really liked about doing the solo trip is that it actually really immersed me. So my language skills were very easy, like came a lot more fluidly, which helped a lot. And then I was just able to immerse a bit better, I guess. And like, I haven't solo traveled internationally since my exchange. And so like it was nerve-wracking at the beginning, and then it was like, oh yeah, no, this is really awesome. So Okay, wisteria, koi, and then we will get sewing. Dahlia's down here like, why are you rocking me? And then if we're lucky, I'll be able to add more later. But like I said, I'm kind of leaning towards this is going to be the limit because we're going to need to do the leather and smash them together still as well. So the next steps are we're going to go in and we're going to sew the interiors and exteriors. And then we're going to go in and put the interiors, exteriors, drawstrings, and leather together. And then we will go in and sew all that together. Well, I guess I just said that. Then we finish everything. And then I go in and finishing includes turning and top stitching and doing the finishing seam. And then the leather labels, and they'll get branded and glued in. Doesn't sound like much, does it? It just popped into my head. It's really tempting to just bring the rivet press and like the webbing and do a bunch of webbing straps in the hotel room in Dawson. And then I'm like, Katie, just cool your jets. That's a little bit much. But we're definitely not getting any straps done before we leave. And I cannot be 1 a.m. tonight either because tomorrow we need to get up and I need to go do my run. So yay. Oh right, we gotta swap the top thread here, the actual needle thread. Get out black thread. Get out. Oh well, the good thing about like having these, even if they're like partially finished, is the fact that it's going to be really easy to really very rapidly have a bunch of stock in May. So there's that benefit too, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, we had a really good walk this morning. So that was a good decision to do it that way. It's getting to the point where it is actually nice enough in the mornings to go for a walk. Actually, it's not as nice out now. The wind is picked up. So that's good that we did it. Dallas is at the park with the kids right now, which is also good for all three of them. Yeah, a good day. Okay. Yeah, my hope is that I can get all of these exteriors and interiors sewn, if not smashed together, by 5. So let's see, where are we at? We are at 1:37 p.m. I need my stiletto. I already have my snack down here. I have all my drinks. I am set up to just sew, as long as this cat isn't too much of a pest. I love her, but it's like walking around on the sewing table is not helpful. No, I should actually backstitch the top too, not just the webbing. Oh well, now the webbing has lots of reinforcement stitches. I usually backstitch that as well, and then that is totally the wrong seam allowance, Katie. Ba 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 ba. Probably would help if I could actually see the seam line, but you know what? We'll deal. There we go. That's better. We're going to turn it. Push it. I was probably supposed to change the needle, but we're going to live dangerously. Okay, so this is going to be one of the ones that has the white lining with the marble blue pockets. So we're going to track that down and sew it up as well. I've already done the selection of the beige with confetti pockets, but yeah, we'll do let's find the white with confetti. Okay, so there is a white with confetti already done. Beige, beige, These are all beige with confetti if we need them. I don't think there's very many bags that were beige with confetti that needed to be done. We're sewing up. So where'd the rest of the baggies go? There's the rest of the baggies. And there is the white with marble. Sweet. And there are some extra marble pockets. All right. Of course. Okay. I think there's only... Anyway, so why we're going to do this is like the matching up now of the interiors and exteriors, at least for the ones that aren't sewn yet. They can be sewn like this, and then I can, and then I know where everything is, basically. Okay. There. And there. The pattern calls to leave an opening at the bottom of the bag. I don't like doing that. We're going to leave an opening in the side because I find it still births best through the wedge that is already cut. So that's what we will do. Also means I don't have to keep quite as much in my brain when I'm actually sewing this. I can just sew because I'm used to leaving one of the box edges open for the box bag, so it's not a big deal. All right, and then we'll turn again, and then we got one more seam here. So what did I say? I started this at 137, so yeah. 3 to 5 minutes-ish for each. I don't know how many there are actually to finish. But I think that's about, I think there was what, like 20 or 25? So just over an hour worth of work. I'll take it. If that's what we have, that would be amazing. And actually this one's already sewn, so I may not even have to do one for this. Okay, I'm going to go in and actually throw the drawstrings into the bag because it's basically closed. It's not completely closed, but it's closed enough that the drawstrings are not going to fall out. So that's what we're going to do there. And then I'm pretty sure these strawberries were beige confetti. So that one is also already sewn. So we'll just shove it in here as well. And if it wasn't, well, that's what it is now. There are more bags that can take the white lining than there are bags, like, yeah. Like I said, I'm pretty sure it's beige confetti though. Yes, it would be beige confetti because I was like, these were some of the, oh, and we're out of thread. All right, next, white bobbin. But anyway, these were some of the bags that were hidden yesterday, and like, because I kept going, well, where are these strawberry bags? Because I really wanted the strawberry bags done. And then it was like, surprise, we're here. And I'm like, of course. Yeah, so that interior is already sewn. That is the good news. If I didn't have to keep changing the bobbin, I would be even happier. Bobbin count, we're up to 8 white bobbins. Double click. White. 8 white bobbins. Snow white bobbins. Oh dear. Okay, so I'll go. And I am, okay, good. I am on the proper stitch length. That would have been embarrassing. That would have needed a bit of re-sewing. All right. At least the machine isn't talking back too much about the webbing today, which is nice. Okay, so I said, so that will be that. And then, yes, they were sewn with a confetti interior. Yeah, that'll look good. 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 We're just going to shove everything into this bag. It is not finished, but the wedges will get done later. All good. Pink. And we're just going to go with the beige and confetti pockets for this one as well. I think the big place that we're going to end up sewing a lot of interiors is actually the paw print pockets. Should start the next bobbin. Because this is just going to be one of those places where we eat bobbins for breakfast, apparently. Well, it always is, because it's just easy to... Now that everything's prepped, it's just like go, 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 go. So. And then tonight it'll be glue, glue, glue. Yeah, I guess the question then becomes, is like, if I get all of these done that have been like finished up, do I continue to sew bags? Or do I go in and start the logo branding? And probably the sane answer is that I should go in and do the logo branding. That doesn't mean that that is what I'm going to do. That's just the sane answer. I probably should go in and brand it. And then it's like, if I can get more done after that, then I can. Because the gluing takes a while, but it's not like insane. Oh. They're at the park enjoying themselves. Cute. That's convinced me to sign up for the Mother's Day race. And the kids got into it too, so it's going to be adorable because they're going to get their first medals from this race. So I told them I just wanted to do brunch, and I'm like, well, let's go, if you really want to go do this run, because I haven't actually done a 5K. It's only a 5K. Only. It's going to be like a full effort 5K. But I haven't done a 5K since 2022, and that definitely was not a full effort 5K either. So it's going to be interesting to see where I'm at now for like 5K fitness. I'm excited a little bit. I'm also kind of like, I don't want to go run a race that day. But it'll be a good training run for the half, even though I'm in taper. And the words are wording, but they are not wording. Where's your bin? There's your bin. The something is going to also happen. So yeah, we're going to do that. It was actually kind of nice though, because they ended up being free. But then the whole thing was, if you registered 4 people, you get a 10% discount off on like adults. And so they were free and we got 10% off. And I'm like, okay, I'll take that. I wasn't expecting them to get us the discount because they're both like in the free category. I'm like, sweet, I'll take it. If we enjoy it, I'll remember that for next year and sign us up at the early bird pricing. Because they'll still be just under the age limit next year, at least for the eldest. So, or who knows, maybe the eldest will be running the 5K with us next year. Okay, so these bees are going to get white with the confetti pockets, just because the white will look the best with how light the outer exterior fabric is. I do actually appreciate the fact that I'm just being able to stuff these in here, because now it's like the packages are just they're just ready. So there's 2 more, and then that'll be the last of the added ones this morning. So that's okay. Go off. Maybe we have a small chance in hell of getting more done than I anticipated. Is being Delulu the actual Salulu? God, I don't want to ever say that again. Maybe it should be not is being Delulu the Salulu. It's being delusional the solutional. Oh, good Lord. Let's make that the sane. The saying itself doesn't bother me, but it's just the fact that I actually had it come out of my mouth, I think. Okay, so that is going to be a white with confetti pocket. I know that for sure. So we do need to sew the pocket. So it's definitely faster, obviously, when you don't have to sew the pocket, like the interior together, but whatever. It'll be close enough. I'm going to shove the drawstring into the interior of the bag so that it's there and ready to go. That is a 2 pocket or 3 pocket, and this is a 2 pocket. Yes, exactly. So now it's like I shove them all together and we just can go along happily. So the only thing that's missing out of that package right now is the leather. So we're going to go in and we'll decide on leather. Well, really, there's not much decision. It's either black or brown again. I'm not going to stand. Ding. Ding. Oh, videos. We will not watch videos until later. Yeah, and then because this pocket's sewn right after the carousel, well, it's pretty obvious as it is that those go together. But like now it's like where it could be a little bit questionable about what goes together. There will be no question. All right. Strawberries, and that's going to be a white with confetti interior as well. Those are not lined up very well. All right. And then that top is going to need to be squared up later. That's fine. It just needs to be done. And actually, I'm going to throw a couple clips on the canvas here because that is lined up, but everything else is all over the place. Okay, hold the webbing in the right spot. Lay it flat. Make sure they're both flat. We're still going to need to trim the top. That's fine. And that side also needs to be shimmy and shaken just a little bit. Just a wee bit. There we go. And then yeah, I'll straighten out this top before we go in to actually sew the interior into it, because otherwise it's not going to work. And that does need to just get up there. And now of course. Come on. There we go. Good enough. It'll sort itself out. There we go. Already sorting itself out. I'm going to need to square up this canvas, though. Holy, it is not happy in these wedges. Alrighty. It's like very offset. There we go. There, and then around and in and up. Open and flatten. And so these strawberries are going to be gorgeous. Alright. And then we need a white pocket with confetti. And then I think I'm actually going to go in and sew all the paw fabric pockets, because that is the majority of what is here and what I want to get done. And the pockets are extremely fast, and I enjoyed that whole experience of let's just do the exteriors, because normally I would actually do it like this, but I think honestly having the pockets sewn and then sewing the exteriors and basically assembling the packages is key today. Top seams are totally subjective. We will, or all seams are totally subjective. We will be trimming quite a bit. Yeah, let's go in and sew all the paw pockets. Paw pockets. Because I know I want to get all of them done. It's like, do I just, 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 actually decide to sew all the pockets. No, I think that's too much. We'll see. Okay. 1 and shove and 2. Actually, if I were even better to myself, I would finish these while they're still out and about and not stuffed together, which means I would finish the wedges. So let's trim these all up and actually do the wedges, and then we'll shove them together. Maybe. Nah, we're just gotta do the packages. And then we'll do the wedging seams after. Yeah. I'm going to clip all these though, because then they're out of the way and off this ironing board in the back, so they're not like piling up as bad. And then last 2, last 1, and then I for sure put it in here. Yeah, cool. Okay, so there's all those ones done and ready and dusted, and they are going in the blue bin behind me. If I suddenly freak out, where did these go? They're in the blue bin, and they're all going to go in the blue bin as I work here, because then hopefully I remember they're in the blue bin. Okay, I had my snack sneaking in the back there. I'm going to pop it up here, because now it's cleared off, and we're going to clear the snaps. I don't know why. These are not snaps. They're clips. Anyway, we're going to move the clips off of the desk here. Quick. Because they're just going to keep piling up. And we're going to have some water to help this headache. Yeah, sew the pockets. Just sew all the pockets. Paw prints. We know the paw prints need to be done. I'm just probably going to say F it and just sew everything, because then it's done. And if we can, we can. And if we can't, we can't. I don't know. There's still a thread there. Get out of here, thread. Off we go. So I do a back stitch over the pocket top and bottom, because pockets obviously are a high stress area. There's also just a lot of fabric going on there, and so an extra couple stitches is not going to hurt anything. And then I do since I've already trimmed the wedge down, I'm do a top or a back stitch on them too, and that just to reinforce the reinforce it, especially the turning seam. All right. Apparently I didn't trim all of these threads. I thought we had. That was very crooked, which means it's probably, there we go. Alrighty. Good and good and good. Okay. I think, yes, good. Now we are going to chain piece these. I don't know why I trimmed that first one off, but all right. Turn. Then we're going to come up here, and we need to take up a little bit more because the selvage is still in the cut for this print. So we're just going to go slow. So right on that selvage line, there we go. It is actually within the seam line, and then I'll just make sure that the top actually matches the seam allowance, because then it's not too big and it's not too small. Lazy sewing hacks. Efficient sewing hacks, because it's always like cutting it with the selvage meant that I was able to get more pockets out of more limited fabric. So, you know, efficiencies. The same thing has to happen here. It'll probably have to happen, I think, for at least every third bag. And eventually we'll get out of the ones that have the selvage cuts in them. Maybe. I can't remember, actually. Doesn't really matter. Okay. Very good. Go through and down. Back stitch, back stitch. Across the bottom. So this pattern does call for a turning seam in the base of the bag, but I've done the turning seam and I've also turned the bag through the wedge cut, and turning it through the wedge cut has been way better. I personally prefer the look of the finish when it's a wedge cut finish. I think it's a little bit more subtle personally. I'm also just used to doing it that way because of the large box bags and the box bags and how I set those up to be turned as well. So, okay, no selvages to have to worry about on this one. Yay! I knew there had to be some without selvages. I'm good. Nope, not good. Shimmy, shimmy. There. Good, good, good. Okay, sweet. And then when these pockets are like sticking out like this, I'll make sure that they do get trimmed down before they get put into the bag, so that they aren't overly bulky in the actual bag. That is something, however, that happens when we go to actually sew the bags together. Not right now, or even when I trim them apart to put them in the bags later on. Actually, that needs to be pulled, and we'll just re-stitch it from the top of that pocket there. You get under. There we go. Yeah. Okay, next, so the 3 pocket and a 2 pocket, and we're going to line up the wedge here, and we're good. Now, is there selvage there? Yes, there is. All right, so we'll flip it and I'll sew it from the other side. This thread down the back needs to be trimmed, and the thread on the front. Okay. And that's something that I will actually double check as I'm installing drawstrings in these on Saturday as we're driving up, is I'll double check all the pocket threads. Easier to do right now when I'm not having to like look into a bag, but better to also double check before they go out on the shelf. So that'll be like the final inspection and quality control check, and make sure like I've finished all the finishing seams, and just random crap that ends up getting missed sometimes. Most of the time I end up catching it at the show and it's like, really? Like Shindig, I had caught the twill tape in one of the fish bags, so I need to go through and actually fix the bag. And the one of the Shiba prints, the zipper got installed upside down. I'm like, oh my goodness. Or no, the handle was what got installed upside down. So it's like running opposite to what the zipper pull is. And I'm just like, okay. So. Now those are easy enough fixes that I won't put them in the seconds. I just gotta take the time to actually fix it. If I don't fix it, then that's when we'll do something else about it. There we go. Next. 2 pockets. Ha ha ha. Oh, and the next one on my lap is a 2-pocketer. Okay. There's a 1-pocketer. Alright. Get this down like that. Salvage is outside of the sew area, which is awesome. Make sure those are more or less lined up here. Okay, there we go. Quick back stitch over those pockets. And both of these. There we go. Turn. Okay, that one felt like the pocket was really close to the edge. Okay, but it's caught all the way down. All right, we're good. I'm calling that good. 2 pockets. 1 pocket. And again, and again, and again. Good and good and doom. Next, so we got 1. Oh, that's two pockets. All right. There's a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 1 and a 2 and a 1 and a 2. And a 1 and a 2. Okay, good. We're still matched up. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 left. My God, we might do this. So once these are done, we'll go in and we'll sew all the animal prints. Does that make sense? And then we'll go in and we will sew up. Be like, we'll go sew up all the confetti on white, but I don't know if we're going to do that. Should I do that? I don't know. Probably. If I have a hope in hell of getting all of these done, I probably should. That looks like it needs to be shuffled up to match. Excellent. There we go. Then we're going to turn. And we're gonna do it again. Do it again. 5 more times. Lined up, lined up, lined up. Pretty decent. Gotta make sure this pocket is sewn over because of the selvage. Gonna line it up on this side. Gonna turn it over. And wonder why it's not matched on that side. I wonder if there's like one that's actually a little bit better to match up. Oh, okay. Like, why'd the doorbell ring? But that's probably the kids in Dawson. Yeah. Coming home. We'll get to the kids to ring the doorbell to let the kitty cats know that we're home. So. I was like, why? But why is my doorbell ringing? Ah! There are a few things that spark my social anxiety, and I don't know why, but the doorbell ringing is one of them. Okay, almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Ding. Ding, 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 ding. Ding-a-ding, ding, ding. Ran out right at the top of that pocket. Of course we would run out right at the top of the pocket. So rude. Why wouldn't it wait until it was like, finish the seam? Rude bobbins. All right. Go. That's just because we're like, there is no pause. We're just going, I think, is part of it. Oops, I don't want to. There we go. Haha. Yeah, I'm surprised the doorbell still works, because technically it's supposed to be attached to a, like, security system. So I'm surprised it works. Also, I don't know why, but there is a ding-dong, like, speaker down here, but there is no ding-dong speaker upstairs. So you can barely hear the doorbell upstairs, but you can definitely hear it very clearly downstairs. And I'm like, that is one of the oddest setups I have, whatever. Because realistically, it's supposed to connect, because of the security system, it's supposed to connect to our phones. So, but we just haven't gotten there yet. Go, and then we're going to turn. Yeah, how many well, that did quite, I guess it did quite a bit. It's just that this is fast because it's like, now everything is just getting assembled and it's just, it goes very quickly. Also, it's totally just a warning system for the cats. If they hear the doorbell ring, they pretty much know that the kids are coming home. Especially because now they come in and they yell, it's like, kitty cats, we're home! Because, of course, the days that the kids are at school are the cats' chill days as well. So this is something that we started in part to, like, well, I started in part to, like, get them to go to the front door, and B, to let the cats know that we're home, because it's kind of cute. And also a forewarning for these poor cats. Although Dahlia's down here completely unbothered. She did that whole pester thing, and now she's in her cat tree, chilling. Right? It is super cute. They adore our cats. Dahlia does not like them back. Flynn tolerates them. Kind of, some days. Ding, 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 ding. Doodle-doo. I really don't want the Mario theme songs stuck in my head, but apparently that's where we are still. And I don't quite know what to do about it. Alright, 1, 2 pocket, 1, 2 pocket, 1, 2 pocket. Wait. Oh, thank criminy. Okay. I was like, we just checked this. They match. Why would they not match now? Okay, we've got 2 more sets of paw pockets to do. And then we're going to do all of the animal sewing. And then we'll go in and we'll do all of the confetti pockets, even if we're not going to use them. And then we'll do the rest that I've already got pre-clipped. Because after that, we can cut the leather down to the length that we need. And then we can, the royal those of you joining me in the live stream, yeah, then we can smash everything together. I'm excited to smash everything together. I guess I still need to sew the wedges before we smash everything together, but minor details at this point. I don't know why, but sewing the wedges together is like a different step from actually sewing these together. I don't know why this ring light has slowly drifted downwards, so let's recenter you on the actual work. Okay. I think most of what's actually in the leftover to sew is so this round was dominated by the white with confetti pockets, and I'm pretty sure what's left in the sewing studio or the cutting studio right now, that'll be the next stuff to like finish the prep on and sew, is all of the beige with paw pockets. I think is the big leftover basically from what didn't make the cut to get out of the cutting studio. Haha. Thank goodness I did like just go okay and give myself a cutoff date for those, because otherwise we wouldn't have anything anywhere near close. At least with this where it's at right now, I have a chance. There is a slim chance of getting quite a bit of stock done. We'll see. That's just going to be the recurring theme, and the whole whinging cat problems today is like, okay, do I keep adding more bags to finish and clip and blah, 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 or do I just call it and suck it up that that's what's going to get done? So I think right now what I'm at is we'll finish what we currently have clipped, and then we'll make an educated guess from there, I think. Or like I said, a delusional guess. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? I don't know. All right, pockets and pockets and pockets and pockets and pockets and pockets and interiors. Now we get to go in and do the little animals, which is exciting because they are always the cutest ones. Okay, I do need to flip the stack of prep here because the ones that are the animals are on the bottom, of course, because why would they be on the top? Okay. Potato cats. Let's do the potato cats. Dodoma potato cats. Dodoma, Dodoma. Dodoma potato cats. Then we're gonna go along the base and the sides. And I don't know why it's a song, but apparently it is. Potato cats. Interior. Align. It's too bad that it wasn't just like that easy to get them sewn together. It's just like shove it in. And now it's done. Can you imagine? That would be amazing. Alright, come on my laundry cats, let's go. So we practiced some Japanese again this morning. My youngest is actually picking up a lot of the words. Seriously. But yeah, my youngest is like picking up a lot of the words, and then my eldest is actually doing really well as well, which is awesome. And but then I'll like put together a sentence and it'll make them like squirm. It's really funny. It's like, are you squirming in like delight? Like you're so happy because it's just like, it sounds so funky? Really? Or are you just like, is it actually like a kind of a squirm in embarrassment? I cannot tell. It's adorable, but it's kind of funny. I think it might be a combo of a few things. But yeah, they were like, both of them were, or well, the eldest was copying back like, I love cats in Japanese, which was adorable. So I'm like, what do you like? We'll make a sentence with that. And they're like, well, I like unicorns and I like tigers. So that was a fairly easy one. And then they're like, I like unicorns, tigers, and butterflies. So we were able to use a couple different grammar patterns, which is cool. And then I was trying to get them to ask Dad, so Dallas, what his favorite, or if he liked cats. That's what it was. We're not quite there yet, but it's not going to be far behind. So I'm excited. So. Means that we're getting to the point where we can probably watch. They won't have the Japanese skills to watch it as a sub yet, obviously, because they also won't have the reading skills for English. But we'll be able to watch Totoro pretty soon, I think. Heck, we probably could even watch Totoro in Japanese and they would still... The gorgeous thing about that movie is like doesn't matter what language you really watch it in, you're still going to get the gist of the story. So, and it's probably simple enough Japanese for me that I could actually watch it without subs, I hope. Watch me like try to do that and completely fail. I will repeat back when I will report back when I actually end up doing that and see how I do. Or like what my perceived competency rate is. Alright. She buzz. Pockets. And in they go. Next she buzz. Okay. I don't need to unclip it or snip it yet because we're still sewing. That was not the gray, that was the olive. Olive. / khaki, whatever this is going to end up being. I can't remember. That, I just realized, is going to look absolutely spectacular with like that nice warm brown leather. All right, well, that's an easy decision to make then. A lot of these are still just going to be black leather. It makes sense. But yeah, that will look absolutely spectacular with the brown pull-up leather. That feels crooked because it is crooked. Fixed. Phew. Okay, that's the fruit cats with the florals. Floral fruit cats. And then we're going to take this. This would pair really well with some of the singleton progress keepers that I have listed right now. They're the like drink ones that have the little fruit slices in there. So I think I will, yeah, that's something that I will point out when I'm at the show. Because it would. I didn't even think about it with the large box bag, but the large box bag would do the same thing. And it would have a zipper to actually put the progress keeper on. So, yeah. Need to make little price signs for that stand that I'm using now for the progress keepers and stitch markers, because they're on the backing. So I did decide with the stitch markers to go with the little like slot stand that I was thinking of. It does have its drawbacks, but it sold a bunch at the last event, so that's good. So I can't complain about that. And what I do like about it is the fact that like each layer I can basically put a little, well, it's business cards, right? So I can put a business card with the price on it. I just have to remember to do it. Because everyone was like, what's the cost of this? And I'm like, I can't even remember, so... And I kept forgetting to write out the little price signs to go on the stand. I was like, Katie. So that is something we will accomplish this time. Hopefully. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see what happens. And if it doesn't happen now, it'll happen later, eventually. It would just be useful to do it now. Super useful to do it now. Alright. That was wall cats. Wall cats, wall cats, wall cats. Okay, I'm going to finish this round, and then I'm going to eat my snack that I already have down here. And then we will continue on. Pixel cats are next. Ding. Turn through. Man, I love chain piecing. It is getting a little bit much with everything behind it, but I can fix that by just getting those pieces back onto the ironing board here in a moment. Like, ow, like that. 100% just bent my nail back. That hurt. Oh well. I'll survive. There we go. And that was Pixel Cats. And we need a pocket. And we've only got like 3 or more of the pets. And then we will move on to the other pockets. Other pockets, other pockets, other pockets. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Go. Black cats with strawberries. Ding. Oh yeah, anyway, I was talking about how we did sign up for that Mother's Day race, and when the kids have a race, blah, 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 blah. But it's going to be down south. So I told Dallas we're going to go, there's like, it's at Chinook Mall, which is our down south mall, and I said that we're going to go for the fluffy Japanese pancakes after that. Because then we get a race and we get brunch. And I can't imagine that's going to be too busy even on the Sunday. So it doesn't strike me as a very usual Mother's Day brunch place, I guess. Yeah, let's go for fluffy Japanese pancakes. It'll be extremely tasty though. So I'm excited. And then we have to be back in time because that's the birthday day for the youngest. Because April was busy with shows and show prep, and now May is going to be busy with birthdays and races. And the whole 30-day challenge at the study, so it'll be good. It'll all be good. Go. Okay. Seamless. This is the last Shiba Inu. In that light gray. And we've got two more animal prints. Okay. We're doing decent. These are coming together a lot faster than I remember them coming together. But hopefully that means that it doesn't jinx me for them going together smooth with the drop-in lining now. Yes, and the weather is doing the final turn into proper spring. Although Snapchat was reminding me that we did have snow like the last couple days in the last few years, so it's like, oh, just be done, please. Please. In fact, there was snow on April 22nd in 2022. And we were moving house 2 weeks after that. And there was a very high chance that we were going to have snow on our move day. And it's like, oh God, that would have sucked. When we moved into our original house, it was just a rebar driveway because it was a new build. And they hadn't had an opportunity to pour the concrete yet for the driveway. And so that was a terrible move in because it's just muddy, and then you don't want to track the mud into the new house. And I think there was mud on the floor in the garage for like months because it was just, you couldn't get it cleared off. I was very glad of it. We did not end up with even rain actually the day we moved here, so that was good. Or that whole week. We are out of bobbin thread. Literally ran out of it just as I went up onto the webbing. Okay, I'm glad I saw that. Okay, I'm going to trim the chain piece for that because that just makes my life easier. Shove those back there. That bobbin's been clipped. So that is bobbin number 10 of the white. And if my bobbin case didn't want to jump off the sewing machine, I would appreciate it. Okay, yeah, that tells me it's probably time for that snack. Okay. Sorry. Always giving the cats heck about knocking the ring light, and then I am the worst culprit for it. Oh. Dahlia's got a heating pad in the cat tree over here. And she's all in it and comfy, and her little toe beans are hanging out. It's adorable. Mm-hmm. Very comfy cozy. Okay, so we've got Market Cat right now, and then weird. Corgis are here, but I don't have any more paw print fabric. What is going on? What is going on? Okay, well, maybe it's... That's weird, because it definitely... The corgi fabric definitely had its match when we started all of this madness and chaos, so... Maybe it got knocked off accidentally? I don't know. That seam allowance did not stay the same. Close, but not quite. Like an 1/8 of an inch off, which doesn't sound like much, but you add the fact that it's like both sides are an 1/8 of an inch off, and then suddenly you're a 1/4 inch off, and that starts being a bigger deal. Okay. Right? Yeah, that is the last pause pocket. So why did the corgis not have a pocket? What is going on? Did we not clip them? Maybe we didn't clip them, because like I don't see the corgi bag clipped here either, so maybe that's it. But that's weird that there's no pause for them. Well, it shall remain a mystery. Okay. I am going to scarf down my snack, or at least part of the snack, and I'm going to turn... Yeah, I'm gonna take that break, take a moment, eat the snack, and then I'll come back so you don't have to watch me or listen to me crunching on my apple. All right, I am back with hopefully monologuing energy. And I don't think, no, I have not counted that bobbin. So we're up to double-digit bobbins now. And we're still going to have more with the black as well, because some of these that we're finishing right now are going to need black top stitching. Okay, so there's two methods. I could either sew all these pockets, or I could sew the selection that are going to match up with the pockets that, or with the bags that are like going to be sewn. I think right now I should just sew up the ones that are going to be matched up with the bags that are going to be sewn. So let's pull them and just do this quick. So itty bitty strawberries. That is a spare. Oh, and of course the phone is like, I'm done. Maybe going on BRB actually like knocks it off or something like that. I don't know. I think itty bitty strawberries are also the white with confetti, or are they beige with confetti? I'm gonna go with beige with no, they're white with confetti. I remember having that debate in the cutting studio because I was like, the beige dulled the gray strawberry down too much. I think it's what I decided. Definitely white with confetti. Ding ding. The turtles are getting beige with blue. One of these sets. The butterflies are also going to get beige with blue. Butterflies, butterflies. Cho. Japanese for butterfly is cho. Bunnies. And the Japanese for bunnies is usagi. Because, you know, let's have a vocab lesson. Why not? Strawberries are white with confetti. White confetti. And then these florals, I think I decided that they ended up being beige with confetti. Beige. Beige. There's a set. And then, I don't know why I'm twisting around to do them from over here. They can totally sit in my lap and I can just do it here. Still have to twist a bit, but like not quite so far. Okay, there's a set with the floral. And then we've got the bright blue and the bright blue. So those were white with blue lining, or blue pockets. White and blue, white and blue, white and blue. Right, yep, and that needs to have its thread trimmed up here. There we go. And then the fans were white with confetti. White with confetti. White with confetti. That's a 3 pocket, 3 pocket, 3 pocket, 2 pocket. Right? Yeah, 2 pocket. There we go. Budgies were white with the bright blue. 1, 2, and 1 pocket. Strawberries were white with bright blue. The crochet flowers were white with bright blue. Actually, we're going to tone it down. No. This wavy one, the splash one went with the bunnies. And then this one was a white with bright blue. That's right. Because it does pull out the one of the colors in the florals. And then this was also white with bright blue. Oh, crap. Okay, so then that was white with, that was beige with bright blue. There we go. Okay, sloths were definitely white with confetti. 2 pockets, 1 pocket. Retro Cafe was white with confetti. White with confetti. Here we go. And then the Maiko on lavender was white with confetti as well. Ding, 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 done. Okay. Or at least majority done. Matched up. There's not that many left over, so we might end up being able to finish these, but I am feeling better, at least that we're like half-ish of the way there, so sweet. All right. That is totally intended to be in one of those bags, but all right, we will put it in later. It's, oh, there. It's the Black Cat and Strawberry. Sweet, let's get to this. So, since we already got them paired up like this, instead of going back through that pile and digging out all those pockets, we're just going to chain piece everything together. We'll shove the drawstring in here, and then we'll deal with the unchained piecing of them afterwards, all together. But hey, at least we know that we still have enough fabric to match up for the ones that we have here. Maybe. I think this is the case. We're going to finish what we can this afternoon to the point of drawstrings, and then if I can get more done tonight, I'll get more done tonight. I think that's where we're at, where I'm at. The royal we. Myself and all my loyal YouTube stream watchers. Ugh. The brain is not braining right now. However, I cannot be up until 1 tonight. So the deal is I will only work in with myself, and it has to stay to this, is I can only be up until about 11:30, midnight maybe. Because I do have training tomorrow, so it's like, I should probably prioritize that since the race is like a month away. I'm supposed to do one more long run after tomorrow, and I'm already cutting that out because I'm like, because I'm going to be going to do that like study challenge, and that will be enough. I actually plunked in, alright, I know I'm talking in circles. I keep talking about like how I should be doing the marathon training, blah, 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 blah. I might need a scary race to, like, get me my ass in gear to do it, basically. But Dallas just found a new kind of almost it's a virtual coach. And you give it you feed it a bunch of information, and it spits out a program for you. But the cool thing about this program is that it's adaptable, and so it changes based on what you put in and everything like that. And I basically just popped in it was like, if you started marathon training tomorrow, here's what you would do. So I'm wondering if I might just do a pretend scary race and just do the training that way. And then I've got a bunch of like races this summer and plunk in the details of those and just pretend. I know for sure I want to run Victoria next year. Dallas is on board with me deciding if I want to run it this year too, but I'm kind of like, let's wait to see what Calgary does. And then we can make I can make a more informed decision from there. Because Victoria does actually have a little bit tighter cutoff at the 6.5 hour cutoff. Although the cool thing that they will do is that if you aren't past the 13K mark by a certain time, they will let you move down into the half marathon distance, which is super cool. So my thought process on it a little bit is also like, what's the worst that's going to happen? I wouldn't finish, but it would also get me my butt going for the training. So I don't know. I will wait until post Calgary. My headspace is in a better headspace than when I felt very stuck. I think that was the big thing last week, is just feeling stuck. Everything's in like, I'm doing what I can to get a momentum on everything, but it's just like, it's a lot of work. And it's a lot of things that are a lot of work all at the same time. So maybe I think that might be more where my frustration is coming from than anything else. Or I could just be making it up. I have no clue. Alright. This has we're just going to pull this out because there is a wrinkle right there that could be mitigated if it gets sewn over straight and flat. There. But anyway, this the marathon trainer that would work has a bunch of lower volume runs in May, which is perfect because that's what I'll need. Because as much as I am doing so much of the study, I still need to keep up some of that impact and impact resistance in my body, basically. So I want to be everything. I know, and that's part of it, is it's just trying to keep all those balls in the air and trying to decide which ones are glass and which ones are plastic, so which ones can drop. I think this summer needs to be, and that's part of why I haven't I'm not going to pull the trigger on running Victoria yet, is that I think this summer needs to be a lot of focus on weight loss. It's not a race that I have to sign up for instantly. I can decide in a couple months. Because even if I train for it, it's not till October, so I don't need to start until July, I don't think. So I'd suggested, or something like that. So it said 40 days, so it was something or 7 weeks. So it would have been what's that? June-ish? Somewhere in there. There we go. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely regretting that 1 a.m. last night. I haven't done that to stay up to sew for a while, and now my body's like, hey, so you need to discuss the fact that you may need a nap today. And it's I don't have time for a nap. Ah. Oh yeah. It's definitely trying to balance everything out, and also trying to balance out also that if I don't maintain my physical health, my diabetes is going to get me. So, unfortunately. And this is like the long-term mitigation plan for it as well, as best as I can do. Yeah, I actually have what's considered or called MODI. So I think it's like MODI type 3. So it's treated as type 2 diabetes, but it's a genetic one. And it's one of those ones where it's like it could manifest when you're 12, like it did for me. Or it could like manifest when you're like 50. And it's like I just ended up with the short end of that stick. A very dramatic entrance into the world for my diabetes too, because I had a grand mal seizure. And they figured that my blood sugars probably just went far too high. So, okay. At least we found out. I think that bobbin thread ran out. But we'd always thought that it was weird, and then when I was in for prenatal care before the first, they said, hey, was this stuff that happened? And it's like, yes. And they're like, well, let's test for this genetic type. And here we are. And yes, I have an extremely high chance of passing it on. Like 50-50 chance, basically. So hopefully it didn't happen, but we don't know. And basically it's just a way that if there are signs, we will watch for them as the kids age and stuff like that. Apparently they've never had anyone below the age of 12 get diagnosed with it. So and I'm like, yay. Great. Fantastic. It did mean that I ended up with absolutely spectacular prenatal care, so that was nice. We are very, very close. I can taste it. We're that close. I'm surprised I don't hear this machine in my, like, sleeping hours. The nights after we were in the hospital for both the births, it was like that's all we could hear was the fetal heart monitor. Oh, 1 second. Okay, so Dallas has to actually go run an errand that I did not know about until just now, and that's okay. So I'm going to move all of these upstairs. I'm like, that sounds like a very daunting process, but we're going to do it anyway. And I'm going to match up the leather to the bags, and we'll start that side of the process. As for the sewing hours I have left, I have today and tonight. That's pretty much it. I don't think I have much. Well, I don't have much time tomorrow night. I might spend tomorrow night gluing the labels on, but that'll be it. But we'll get sorted. I am going to put the stream just in to be right back. He says he's only going to be about 20 minutes. So I anticipate that I'll be back down around 3:30, 3:45. So I'll chat with you all very soon. All right, we're back. Holy. So I did actually get the leather cut for all of the animal prints that have been finished. So that's good. And then I also got some spare ones cut as well. So they're just chilling for a little bit, and we'll get them paired up with bags here in a little bit. Dawson just said he will text me, or he'll just bring me down dinner tonight, which is very nice. We're trying to sell his old truck, and so it needed the registration done. But when he went to do it earlier, the registration system was down. So he had to go back for it. Yay. Always something, right? So... I'm looking at what's left here. We are actually almost done the sewing of the exteriors and the interiors, so I am pleased. And actually cutting down the leather did not take very long, so that was also nice. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, never mind. There's more here than I thought there was. I was just seeing the, like, top layer of it, so you know. Oops. And that bobbin thread is done. Alrighty. Bobbin 11. I should have like written down when we actually started this count, because holy. Obviously this is going to fluctuate quite a bit when I am in full show prep mode, which is 100% what we're in right now. But my goodness, that is a lot of bobbins already. It's like a terrifying number of bobbins. And we're not even complete yet. Okay, but we did actually get that finished, which is nice on that edge. These edges a little bit nicer lined up here. All right, and across we go. And up this side, and I will start the winding of this bobbin. And we'll continue on. Actually, tonight I need to set up all of my packs and everything like that that I'm going to need for tomorrow for water and such for the run. And gels. So that'll be my next break, as I'll go set up for my race or for my training run tomorrow. Almost there, almost there, almost there, almost there. we are back to the sewing of the things. Had a little bit of break and we got the leather handles started. All the pet ones are done. And now we are back to sewing pockets and exteriors. We've got some extra leather handles ready, and I will be pairing those up with these bags after this step is done. Then we'll cut the rest of them, wedge the bags, and then we will do the sewing together of the bags. Basically is what's going to happen. Just trying to concentrate, so I'm kind of head down and a lack of monologuing right now for sure. But we're getting there. Actually, I think we will first do the wedging of the bags. I didn't get to wedge the other ones before I did the leather because I was like, okay, what can I gather up quick to like take upstairs to work on while Dallas is out of the house? And that was snagging bags to like cut the leather on, or for. Probably could have just grabbed the actual leather to cut, but eh. It worked. It worked fine. Strawberries. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 left. Wow. All right, 5 left, and then we'll do the wedging, leather, and get these smashed together. I think I am going to be sane and call it pretty much quits at that. Obviously, we still need to do the logos, branding, and gluing that on. We'll see how I feel after we get like the next few steps done, because there is also the top stitching and stuff like that. So it's like these are almost done, but Yeah, this is probably it's definitely over halfway. It's between like halfway and 2/3. Whatever that would qualify as. Yeah, that's totally your fault. I know you are a cat. You knocked the surge bar off. I was like, what is going on? And also, is there going to be an avalanche of, like, domino effect? Because he knocked over the surge bar fell off and knocked over the yardstick, which is what really caught my attention. Butterflies. Hi. Hey, Chatty. What's up? Yeah. Really? Very interesting. Yeah. Hi, buddy. How are you? Oops. You do not need thread on you. There you go. ran out of thread at the top of the top stitching for the pocket at least, so that's easy enough to blend back into. Bobbin number's 12. There have been so many bobbins already, and we're still not done. Oh boy. And of course, oh, I see what happened. The surge bar falling did move the camera. Sorry for that. Get that shuffled back up here. You need to move your fluffy, fluffy tail, sir. I love you, but your tail was in the way. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's a better view. Apparently, right? Bobbin count. No, I want you to be able to see it. There we go. Okay, 12. Especially since he just knocked off more thread. That's been like the black thread that I was saying back there. Love me. Okay. Oh, dude, you're totally gonna make that fall off as well. It's a good thing the cart's in the way. Okay. No, we are not adding more bags. I can just tell. I'm like, I have hit my mental and physical limit for this time. So we'll finish off what I've already like prepped. We will smash everything together, and then that is it. Done for this round, and then we'll pick away at the rest of it over the next month or so for that crochet retreat in June. And we'll work on the obi and kimono ones for the kimono market in May and all of that. I am very much looking forward to next week. And it's like, it's totally a false sense of security because I should be working on like mid-city prep, but whatever, I will just work on a bit of a reset first. And maybe play around a little bit more with some of the ideas that I've like been poking at with like a 10-foot pole and talking about, like those little vinyl pouches and the cat head pouches. I definitely want to try and get the cat head pouches into production, or at least a few done for Knit City. I think I also should get some more Notions pouches done because A, that'll help the scrap bust, and B, there needs to be more to sell more. Right now there's not enough to make like a good showing of them really, so they're kind of just meh. They're there. That's it. Two more. I might actually do it. Two more. That's exciting. I'm really craving pizza. And not like frozen pizza. I'm like pub pizza. That's annoying. Yeah, I think if I get any extra time tonight and or tomorrow, I am going to cut some straps and get them finished up, because I think that would be a better addition than adding more Kato right now. And if we don't have time, then that's fine too. Straps can happen later. Okay, I always talk about how switch tasking actually, like, I don't like doing it because it means that you are switch tasking and the setup and like blah 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 whatever. But I did just realize that typically with the oh, it's thinner leather this time though, so I think we'll be okay. I was about to say that typically with the logo brands that I do like letting the leather sit overnight with a weight on it so that it flattens. But you know what? We'll do it between the adhesive and that nice big heavy plate, so it's all good. We're just going to ignore that this time. Who knows? Maybe it'll turn out even better than what I normally do, right? That's what we're gonna go with. It'll turn out even better. Just manifest it. I'm gonna have a really good sales weekend because of the effort I put in, and because it's a new audience that I won't have encountered before. And things are going to go smooth for setup and smooth on Sunday. I need to charge my card reader. That would be something that would help it go smooth. Actually, that's going to go on the list so that I don't forget it. Manitoba RST account. Packing paper, and we need to charge card terminal. And then I've got cash. Probably take the big bill out of the drawer. Just a bit of a reset. I should actually take a look at the vendor list and see if there's anyone there that I want to go buy anything from, because it's also going to be vendors that I haven't seen before quite a bit. So that's cool. That's something I can do on the drive though. I'm not, or in the hotel room like the night before. I'm not worried about that. What else is happening? It's going to be a good weekend. It looks like it's supposed to be really good weather for our drive. Tomorrow I'm going to have a good long run, and it's going to be a good run. I will remember all my things to pack, because when we come home, we gotta pack the truck. And the kids are going to have a couple good nights sleep so that we can have a couple good nights sleep. Send it out. That's how the next couple days are gonna pan out. The taxes are going to be easy. Actually, there's a little bit more work I need to do for taxes. I just remembered, but that's okay. I'm good enough. All right, I'm going to turn that off for now so that I don't step on the paddle accidentally while I'm working underneath here. We are going to go in and we are going to clip all of these chain pieces. And then we're going to come back and we are going to wedge all of the bags. We will wedge them individually because that is easier than wedging them as a chain piece, I find. So 1 and 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. Yeah, because we'll wedge the animal ones then as well. Flynn is very much enjoying that box in the back. Oh, right. And there is a big pile of them in there, isn't there? Because I said to remember that there's a bunch in here. Yeah, he's sleeping on them. Okay. So there's all these ones, and then there's ones in the box as well. There's some in the teal Drona box. Okay, so there's more done than I anticipated. That's good. All right. Snip all the threads. Snippy, snippy, snipping. And in between each bag as well. And actually I will turn the camera so that you can actually see what I'm doing. Because just seeing it slowly like be pulled off the desk is probably one of the most boring sights. I would be bored. I am bored and I'm the one doing it. I'm not actually bored. But hey, if you have to do any cleaning or you like have some complicated knitting or something like that, this is the perfect time to be like doing that stuff. Because there's not much going on for the sewing. Just a bunch of snipping threads. I'm looking at that bobbin count and I'm like, or thinking about the bobbin count and I'm like, I don't know if I want to know how many bobbins we go through. Eek. I bet you by the end of this, between the two colors, we will have gone through somewhere between 20 and 25. Probably 22 or 23 total. That includes the top stitching that's still to come as well. So I think the good thing is that most of these are going to end up with white top stitching because we sewed all the ones that have the dark stitching for the drawstrings, but we didn't actually end up doing this section of it. So I think we can just stay with white thread all the way through the end now, which is awesome. All right, come here, bags. Excellent. All right, and the thread is actually pulled out of the needle. I keep saying that we should probably change the needle at this point, so I will do that before we start the next stuff on the machine at least. May as well. And I think this looks like it is the majority of the rest of the... Yes, it's the rest of the bags. Sweet, okay. So I'll just pull the ones out from underneath the cat in the box, and then everything will be ready to get wedged. Like I said, we'll wedge individually because I just find that easier personally. And then we'll match up the leather that we want for each of these, trim the leather down, and then put them together. Yeah. Super close to the end. It's exciting. Some water actually would be probably a good idea instead of just caffeinated beverages all day. Actually, this probably should be where I'm like trimming down those pockets that need to be trimmed down too. But well. Alright, now I need to grab the ones from behind or underneath the cat, so hopefully he doesn't get too offended. Ugh. Come on, buddy. I need these ones. You can have the box, but I need my bags. I know they're comfy to sleep on, aren't they? So super comfy. Dude, you're not a biter. Okay, that is not bags. Okay, these need to be clipped down as well, and then interiors also need to be clipped down. Let's do that in them. Oh, I might have already. Oh, right, I would have already done that because those pockets weren't chain pieced as much either. Okay, 1 and 2. That's actually 3 and 4. 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. 12. And those are already done. Awesome. Okay. So we need to sew the wedges, trim down the pockets, and then the leather, and then we need to put them together, and then we need to do the logo. Okay. That is doable, I think. Alright, so for these ones that are already like basically put together, or like at least packaged together, like, well, it doesn't really matter how they're done. We're just going to we're going to first trim down the excess pocket material, because that is like lots of layers of pockets hanging out where it doesn't need to hang out, and it just that'll reduce the bulk on the interior. The interior seam, we only need to do one because the other one will be the turning seam, and will be closed after we turn the bag. Oh, right, I was going to change the needle. Pop, 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 pop. And then I can actually move the camera back up. There. Definitely hit end of life. And here we go. Pop this out and put it in. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Sweet. There we go. We're going to and then we will actually chain piece at least the first corner here. And if I can manage it, oh right, that's why I don't chain piece these as well, is because then I can make sure that the seams are nested correctly, because it breaks my brain to nest the seams on the other end afterwards. But we'll start it with a chain piece, because why not? Ding and ding. And then we'll do the other side. Oh boy. Okay, and then this is going to get a nice warm leather handle, or a slit handle. So the ones where I'm like, yes, I know I'm gonna like pile them differently. So this one, yes, we know I want a brown handle. So it's gonna go back here. The cat's in the box, so he's not gonna bother anything there. Pull everything out of here. The strawberries are also going to get the brown handle. I think it's going to look the best with actually, okay, the like off-white and the pink are going to get warm brown, but the black, or the charcoal, hard to describe color, is going to get black. Now let's hope that I sewed all these interiors in such a way that I do not have issues actually installing them into the bags. And I'm also not trimming down any of the pockets where it's like not hanging out over a ridiculous amount. Okay. So brown and brown. And then I think the bees are going to get a black handle because that's going to look very elegant with the bees. Actually, you can tell it's warming up here because the dandelions are coming out. They weren't even out yesterday, actually, and now they're out today, which is super cool. Go. sit over here. I don't know how many there's going to be. Ah, and the sun is coming out. Yay. So that's going to go with a nice warm brown as well. That pink one. I think this wisteria fish should also be the warm brown, just because I think the black would be too stark with like the delicacy of the actual colors in this one. I might get it set against a black one though, and I'll be like, or yeah, a brown one, and I'll be like, nope, that's not the right color combo at all. Who knows? The kids were fighting enough that I could hear them down here, and I'm like, what is going on? And apparently the youngest was getting upset with the eldest with how they were playing with their toy. So, yay. Okay, brown. Streamlabs back up. Got strawberries next. So this strawberries will get a black handle because the brown is going to clash too much with the, even though it's like a warm gray or a gray undertone by a gray undertone, or gray with warm undertones. There we go. That's the combination of words. That's right. The black's going to look better because it's just going to, the brown that I have would be like, I just don't think it would work. So, plus then the black will also match the canvas base too. black. Okay, this one is like free floating. I don't actually know what it's supposed to go with for the moment. That one. There it is. This one definitely needs a pocket trim down. Brown for the bunnies. It's going to be black for these crochet flowers. Come on, phone. I'm futzing around with this wedge here because it's like, I don't want to get sewn this way. And so, some coaxing is required. There you go. And of course it's fine once it's under the machine. Okay, so the pattern actually calls for those to be like trimmed off. I just also realized I should be grabbing these guys' drawstring, but we'll do that when we're doing the leather. There's another opportunity. Anyway, what the pattern suggests is to actually trim these off. Let's try it on this one, because why not? I like about a 45-degree angle. I don't know if this is 45-degree angle or not, but whatever. And it, so the seams would still nest together, but they're not going to need to be like directionally put. We are working on getting the wedges done on the bags. I'm kind of just trimming down the pockets here, making sure that there's not too much excess fabric. I got a bunch of leather handles cut while I was upstairs, so that worked out. And basically we're just trucking along with actually getting the interiors and exteriors wedged. And then the next step will be to cut down the leather for each bag. Basically splitting them up into a brown pile and a black pile. And then, oh, cool. Yeah, so it reduces the bulk of the seat in there. I don't think it's actually worth taking the time for me, but it is cool little addition. That was nowhere near where it needed to be. All right, let's redo that one. I've also made the decision that this is enough. There will be no more bags added. So whatever gets done tonight gets done, and then we will go in and brand the logos and glue the logos on. And then all the drawstrings will get put in on the drive up. I've never 45 and have never had an issue. So I think with the amount that I still have to get done here, I'm going to just ignore that suggestion for now. It is cool. But the machine can also handle sewing through those layers. I think that might be part of why the trim down, because then there's just a small point to like sew through. Look at me try it over the summer though, and I'll turn it out and I'll be like, well, that is the best looking seam I've seen ever. Typically what I do is I nest them like quilt seams. So one goes one direction and one goes the other direction, and then there's no real additional bulk beyond what you would have in that seam anyway. Yeah, there's definitely certain things that you end up, unfortunately, cutting some corners on and not on others when it's production sewing, unfortunately. If it turns out to be, I don't know, I'll look at that one. That's one of the first ones that will turn, I guess. And we'll see if it makes a difference or not. I don't actually know if it does. As now, this is how I nest my seams for large box bags and the wedge bags and everything, the finishing, and they've all turned out fine. So we're gonna go with it's fine. This one always tricks me though, because it's like with the other bags that I sew, wedging the bag is like the last step. And here it's like, what do we have? We got to, well, besides like finishing, cutting the leather. So let's say the last of the sewing step. There's still like 3 or 4 sewing steps right now. And I'm like, no, I just want to be done. Tricky pattern. Definitely need a black handle. These red strawberries will also get a black leather handle. Make sure we're good. Leather. Strawberries are also going to get black leather handle. The canvas is also black, so that'll be a nice match to it. Actually, one of the most exciting parts, besides turning all these bags, is coming, which is basically the preview, because we'll have to turn them all out to clip the leathering to. So we get like a mini preview of them all. That bobbin just ran out. All right. What did I say? Between 22 and 25 total, I think. Because this will be 18. Hey, Dahlia. And what's up? I'm coming to be a pest again. That's fine. Come on. Bobbin. Bobbin just got changed. Leather for the strawberries. All of these are going into the pile, and yes, that is with a capital P for my friend. or someone who needs them for amigurumi at some point, or whatever they can think of that they would like to use it for. And the pile is, again, capital P, will get cleaned up. That's part of what the cleanup on Wednesday is going to be. So that we can make a new one. Okay, the top thread totally just pulled out of the needle. Perfect, fantastic. Why? Why would you do this to me? Trim in and thread. At least I caught it before it got like to be a completely tangled mess. And of course it's like staticky. It's so dry. There we go. Around, and then we'll pull that excess because that is a lot of thread to put through. Knit City, and specifically Knit City Vancouver. Last year, going out to Vancouver, and granted part of this was a wholesale order to Bananas, but Knit City last year alone did half my revenue for the year pretty much, or damn close. So that is the big one. So like, as much as I'm like prepping for Peace Fibre Festival and all of that, this is also with the intent of like a lot of this is still going to roll over for stock into Knit City in Calgary this year in August. Black. Just need to check styles because the doorbell just rang. Although I do think that as much as this like prepped me with way too many bags, it did set me up well for like such an insane April too, because it was just like, yeah, let's, all right, finish the large box bags. All right, move on to the Kato, and now we'll finish the Kato, obviously post show, but that's fine, because like I said, a lot of prep for everything else throughout the year. And then it'll be small box bags and big bags, and then we'll figure out what's after that. Basically, it'll just be a rollover into probably wholesale orders, to be honest. I gotta email Paula and be like, all right, what are we gonna put on deck for this fall so that I can start prepping it while I'm gonna start like cutting everything else as well. But I'm doing some, well, I did a show in January called Creekside, And I've been to that one before, and I know it's like, it's a medium show. And then, so like, worth going to, not amazing. And then I did a pop-up with Caroline, and those ones are always good because they're free. So it's just like, whatever. It's a very low time commitment, really, for the day of, and very much appreciated. And then what else have I done recently? Oh, the new one was Fibre Shindig. I didn't know how that one was going to go. I've heard mixed reports on both ends. And of course, you always have to take mixed reports or reports on shows with a massive grain of salt, because you never know. Like what the vendor's attitude was, like what the weather was that day, all of that. And just, there's like 100 million different factors. But that one went well enough that I'll be going back for the fall show. And then this Peace Fibre Festival, which is also new. So, like, I'm just, I don't know, trying to create some opportunities and see what sticks. But Knit City is the largest one. And right now what they do is, so they do a spring show, and they're alternating between Montreal and Toronto. And they're doing the West show, and they're alternating between Calgary and Vancouver. Which, honestly, I think is a really smart idea on their part. The thing about the Vancouver show is that, like, at least a third of their vendors, and probably a good chunk of their attendees, are from Calgary as well. So, and I think there is a large enough demand in Calgary for a show of that size that it'll be a good move. And for them, it's like, really, what's the worst that's going to happen? You're not well attended, and so you just go back to just doing Vancouver. Really. And my perspective, I know it sucks for the customers that like are kind of like, well, it's going to come every year. But my perspective on it also is, it's like, well, if you're going to have it every 2 years, realistically, in some ways, it should be better for the vendors. You're not going to end up like, hopefully what it does is you don't create customer fatigue, basically, is part of it. And so, like, if you're alternating years, then, like, the people aren't going to be like, well, I can just get this next year, in some ways. So that's what I'm hoping it helps limit. And that's true in Calgary, too. So, like, I'll probably do too many events in Calgary this year, but I won't necessarily do all those events again next year. Like, who knows? Although I did get invited to a cat festival for September, so that's kind of cool. I'm excited about that one. There's a cat festival in Edmonton, but now it's like on the same weekend as my eldest's birthday and the marathon weekend, so it's just like, well, that's a no-go anymore. So not a lot of knitting going on. Yeah, that's fair. That is my sweaters are my favorite things to knit. And socks, mostly because they're so transportable. So I actually started as a knitter. That was where I started, and I tried to like sell my knitting, but that is a hard one to do. And then I stumbled upon the idea of project bags, and then it just kind of evolved from there. Yeah. It would be fun, but we got a lot of other things going on. Plus, I would end up working it, so meh. Meh. Although it was a fairly well. I don't even know actually if they're doing a vendor hall sort of thing anymore, because obviously the last time I did it was before they couldn't do it, and so 2018, I think. 2019, I can't remember. And then it's had to evolve since. So I think doing the one in Calgary would be a lot of fun, though. I definitely do not. Good night. I hope you have a good sleep. I will be back on next week at some point. It will not be Monday, and it will not be Wednesday afternoon, probably. Recovery days and tidy up days. So I will chat with you next Friday, though, for sure. Oh, is it bed? Oh, sorry. I read that it is bedtime. No, it's 5:15. It's almost dinner time. And probably very, very close to bedtime. They usually are in bed when they've been super active between like 7:30 and 8. So we got like another hour and a quarter. I think it's mostly hanger. I don't know why I double stitched that one. It's already been done. If it does continue on much longer, I'll go up and provide some support. It does sound like it quieted. This one. I guess I do actually need to grab those. Okay, we're like down to about 10 here, and then the 10 animal paw print ones that still need to be wedged. That's not bad. Pink strawberries here. We'll get a black leather handle as well. Yeah, pretty much, right? And we were out for like a long walk and hard play this morning, so they're probably both at the end of their patience for the day, tired, and they just sometimes just go feral. I think I might go up and just provide some support, because then Dallas can finish making us dinner. I should be back. Well, I'll be back once dinner is done. So probably around 5:30, another 15 to 20 minutes. But at that point, I'm going to take the leather up right now and cut the leather down. We're probably around 20 bags left to do the actual wedging in. So we're really, 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 really close. But I'll be back in a little bit. All right, I am back. I am rejuvenated. Food actually helped a lot. And now we are going to go in and we are going to do the things, which means that we're going to wrap up on the sewing. Oh shoot, I was supposed to grab the animals. I can do that still because they're just like right here. Eee, baby. Although apparently that knocked the overhead light out. All right. Let's try to remedy that. Probably just knocked it out of the... Oh yeah, totally. It pulled the surge bar too far down on this side. I really do need to figure out a way to like anchor these so that they stop doing that sort of thing. All right. I did take up the leather, and it's done. Oh, okay. The leather, well, it's not done, but it's like definitely there is more completed than there was before. Oh, and I'm sorry, I didn't realize that took like 45 minutes to do all of that. Oh well. They are both the kids are just toast. It was one of those days where they could have probably used a nap, but it's also like if they nap, then they don't sleep at night. Although I guess that would have been Dallas's thing to deal with then tonight. But, yeah. That's okay. Okay, look at this nice evening sunlight coming in right now. Which normally the blinds are closed, so I don't have to worry about like fading. But the couple of times where I'm down here at this time, it's like glorious. It's been so nice. So. Alright, now the question becomes, where are your drawstring channels? Right? 1 and 2. Excellent. Drawstring channels. Alright, so these ones are already done. So I'm going to plop them down, not on the pile, but pile adjacent. And then we're going to do the corgis. Same drill. And then we'll grab their drawstring as well. Corgi pieces. Corgi pieces. I need both the corgi pieces. Bum ba dum bum bum. Apparently one has gone astray. It's like, I don't need to be here. Why would you need me? Well, it's like half of it. One piece was there, one piece was up top. All right then. Lovely. Poof. And then the leather can go back in. And then we'll get this trimmed and sewn as well. And since I have so many pieces of leather, I'm hoping that I'm just able to match them up without concern. Like, we won't have to actually trim more down. I do have more black or more brown, but I would need to actually bring the strap cutter out for more black. So what I'm hoping is that we can just surf along on the brown. Although looking at the pile of black here already, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think I'm gonna have to bring out the strap cutter again. Alright, corgis are done. We're ready to They're not done. They're ready to go to the next step. And then we have a handful of other ones. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 it looks like. 5 or 6 more to do all the other wedges on. Then we'll pair them up with their leather and then we'll smash them together. I don't know why smashing them together amuses me so much, but you know what? We're gonna go with it. Especially at this point. It's like, whatever works, right? Okay, 1 and 2. Pockets on this one need to be trimmed down. Ding and trim. And trim. Alright, so the only other thing I can foresee me having to go up for tonight is a snack, probably in the next, I don't know, 2.5 hours or so. Because I even thought of it. I'm like, I'm going to grab something and bring it down with me, and then I totally forgot. So that's okay. It'll give me a chance to like stretch and move around a bit. Like moving ever so often on the flight, right? So, alright. Drawstrings, handle, interior, ready. Dumpling cats. Daughter-ma. Now we're also hoping that like all of these actually look good assembled and that like all the webbing is fine and blah 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 blah. There's a few other things that can still go wrong. But I think we're good this time. Last time we had a bunch that ended up with like their webbing was crooked, which is wild. I've never had that happen before, so that was fun. It was not fun. A cat problem? Yes, but not a fun one. Alright. Right now we're going through and we're finishing the bottom seams and basically making the wedge for the Kato right now. I'm doing one of the bottom seams in the interior and then the other bottom seam becomes, or the other like boxed seam becomes the turning seam or turning opening. You bird the bag through that, and then I close it up. Alright, so lining, drawstring, leather. We're good. Ready to assemble. Little black cats with strawberries. Little black cats with strawberries. This is adorable. That is a handle. Great. It's actually a very thick handle, so maybe if I'm lucky and have the measuring. Where is the ruler? We were just using it. There it is. Oh yeah, that's a little bit too thick. All right. Gonna fold it in half. Actually, no. We're just going to go in and we're going to clip this to it. And we're going to trim it down based on the ruler here. There we go. Clip it to the side. Should start on the other end. It's just very thick. And that did have 2 C's, not a K. Thick. Like wristlet strap. At least it's consistent, but it is also not as intended. There you go. That's probably why I eventually want a strap cutter, because 'Cause I do think it would create a more consistent strap. Although then I was reading comments that people are like, my rotary blades loosen consistently on this machine, and I'm like, what? I don't know. I don't know if that's like a user error problem or if it's like a machine problem. I'm like, that would be something to read more about, I think, before I go and purchase one, because strap cutters are not an inexpensive piece of equipment in dollar money, or like floor space actually is the bigger one. So there we go. Alrighty. Okay, there's a little bit just to be cleaned up right there, and then we'll be good to go. Actually, laid flat, we're fine. There we go. Okay. Now we'll work on the bag and getting it prepped to go. Trim up the interior here. And then we'll trim down the pockets, because these pockets, that's too much excess fabric to have in there. And you could leave the excess fabric, but here's the thing, is that the lining will sit nicer with the excess fabric trimmed off, basically. So we're just trying to make the interior and the exterior as complementary and nice together as possible, basically. Actually, I'm not going to trim that yet. We'll chain piece the next wedge on here and then continue on from that. Go. So, exterior, interior, drawstrings, and the wristlet, ready to be assembled. Yay, assembly's coming soon. I'm excited. Trim and turn to pull. Do. Seriously though, actually, considering that like an hour and a quarter of this was me not actually even doing any work, we have gotten a significant amount done. So that means that what we have gotten done has been able to be gotten done in almost like, well, 3 3/4 hours. So nearly 4. But this is, okay. That puts it into a little bit better perspective. Working across all the wedge bottoms here. We'll get there. Working on the animal ones right now because I pulled them off the ironing table when I got back downstairs from dinner, and so that I can I didn't forget them, because I would start assembling everything else and then I would forget them. It's just been that kind of production week. So I was just like, while I'm thinking about it, I'm just going to stand up and we're going to pull them and we're going to do the things. All right. The wall cats are ready to be assembled. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It looks like 12 bags total left to do the rest of the wedges on. And then the bottom of that pile is the bags that still need to have their leather matched, unlike these ones which have already had their leather matched to them. They're the ones I took up earlier when in the first break. And then that's what I just did when I went up this time, was I took more leather up to trim it up as well. Because there's no point in just staying around in some ways. Go, and then we're going to do this last wedge here. That did need to be trimmed down. Oh. Okay, tuxedo cats are ready for assembly. Next is fruit cats. This one's really fun. I think this is, I keep saying, and I always do, of like, I think this one is one of my favorite fabrics. But like, it is so hard to choose, and it changes depending on the bag shape. And like the other fabrics that come into play and everything like that too. So it's just like, I really like this one as everything. But it also just looks really good as a Kato bag, because awesome. Go. Trimmed down. Do the other side. So that should be, this is the 11th of 11 bags, or 1 of 11. And then we have a lot of bags to sew once I get back from Peace, which is awesome and terrifying. We are going to do a little bit of a shift and get some obi and kimono bags done. And then I'll shift back to, well, May is not going to be a high production month as it is anyway. Dallas will be on vacation. So there'll be like that. Although I will need to work a little bit. So yeah, we'll navigate that and things. So it's not going to be as high production month as April. That's fine. Honestly, after this month, I am looking forward to a little bit more of a breathing room. And then we'll be prepping for the crochet retreat in June. So if you're in the Calgary area, there is a crochet group. And I do not have the exact details right now, but they are doing a retreat June 22nd. I think they still have actual space in the retreat itself, if you want to join them. And then they're going to have like a mini market, and it'll be open to just the retreat attendees for the first little bit, and then it'll be open to the public after that. Just as a heads up, if you want to come on down for that. I will put more details in the ticker tape once Peace Fibre Festival is out of there. So I need to do an updated like listings on the website, actually, is what I need to update. And probably post something somewhere on social media about where I'm going to be the next little bit. Water. I should probably try and finish that in the next like half an hour, so by 7, and go fill it. Just because I probably have not been consuming enough water in the last little bit. As I said, mostly caffeinated beverages, and that only goes so far. Pixel cats are ready to assemble. Ready to assemble. Yay! I don't even know what bag we're on anymore. It doesn't really matter. Probably 3 out of 11 or something like that. This is the laundry cats. I hope I have... Okay, good. I was like, I hope I have another black hide, and I do. Phew. I know that this was some of the last of the pull-up, so I'm going to have to go try and find some more pull-up leather because I like the color of it. This is laundry cats getting made up here. Laundry cats, laundry cats. And then this side. That down a little bit just because it's a little bit, well, decently uneven, and so we're just, I don't know, bugs me when they're uneven like that. It's fine if they're like the full seam allowance. That's just annoying. Alright, laundry cats, ready to go. Let's do this. Shibas are next, and then all the cats, and then I think there's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so 8 more. Which doesn't feel right. It feels like we've done more than 3. Although I did just say that there's probably 3 out of 11. So maybe my subconscious knew. My subconscious always knows. Right, so what I'm doing in between each of these bags is because they've been sewn together in a chain piece, it means that there is just threads to cut in between the individual pieces. In this case, it like basically I skip the gap here between this side and this side, and then that so that's just getting snipped so that I can sew the wedge edging. The interiors only get 1 edge sewn because then the other wedge opening becomes a, that's the birthing or turning seam, and it'll get finished at the very end. The very next step is a turnout of the exteriors so that we can clip in the, or clip on the leather. I like to think of it as like a little mini preview because you get to see basically what the bag's overall going to look like. And then they get, so they get leather, drawstring, and lining all clipped, and then it gets sewn all together. And then they get birthed or turned. Then they get top stitching, and the finishing seam done. And then I need to burn and brand the logos, which, yay, that's going to be a lot of work, but it'll be good work. All right, the Shibas on Dusty Pink are ready to go. Yeah, just like, wait, did I sew the interior? But I did do the one interior seam. Excellent. Now we're down to just the cats, and then I think I said 6 more that need to have their, oh yeah, we're just at the point of everything needing this wedging done, so we're good. It's all good. It's all gonna work out. Whew. Again, obviously not getting done as much as I desired. Whatever. I never know quite what to anticipate right now for production levels, just given everything, life, training, kids, and honestly, I have. Well, Monday was a really good work day, and then the last couple days have been, they've been work days, but they've also been very truncated work days, so, you know. Alright, so that one is done and ready. Okay, we're just about there, just about there, just about there. Just about there, just about there, just about there, just about there. Okay, so it's down. Okay, probably getting extremely likely that we're getting close to the end of this bobbin here. There's all the animals ready to be assembled. They've got their leather, they've got their drawstring, and they've got their interiors done. And they're just kind of going adjacent to the pile. And now we have the bunnies. Need to trim down these pockets. And we're splitting them up into piles for brown leather and piles for black leather. It looks like I am going to have to pull out the next black hide, and we'll make some handles for it. I actually, if I do that, I gotta go run upstairs and grab the strap cutter blades, because my goodness, does that blade ever need to be changed? It makes sense. It's essentially like a razor blade cutting through leather, so just in a fancy handle. Yeah, so apparently the fighting earlier was the youngest was mad at the eldest for playing with their toy a certain way. And then the second round, where I actually went upstairs, it was the eldest being upset because Dallas told them no about something, and I'm like, went up and I was like, nope, that's exactly what I told you earlier. Basically, there's like a giant floor poster to color, but the plan is that's for next week. And it's been sitting on the counter, and Dallas told them no. And of course, that created a meltdown. It's like, no, we're good. That's supposed to be for next week. But they're also 3, so. And hungry and tired. Alright, bunnies need black handles. Actually, I think a brown might look really good with this one. Let's just see. Yeah, the brown looks really good with that because of the dark blue. So there's that, and we'll snag the drawstring. So the bunnies are ready. Ready to go. Ready to go. These butterflies are definitely black. All right, I just need to trim down the pockets on these. We've got turtles next. Those will be black as well. Black handles. We'll need more black handles. And these are like the little wristlets that go on the side of them. These are not like crossbody straps because we are running out of time. And I will not have crossbody straps. I am very tempted to pack the rivet press and do crossbody straps in the hotel room, or like day of show. I don't know. That would take up a lot of room actually. Both in like just in the booth and in the truck. Because it's heavy, so that it's awkward. Like it would have to be in a very specific spot and stuff. All right, 1 and 2. Since I know this is going to be black, I know I've got a big pile of black black handles needed back there. But I'm working with this one right now, so here we go. Actually, let's pull some of these. The strawberries are supposed to be black. The Maiko are black for sure. The assembly pile is getting larger. The fans are black. Actually, in this case, I wonder if that one definitely needs to be black, but I wonder if the bees could be brown. I think they could be brown. That's definitely black. That can't go brown. That is a very wonky piece of leather. All right, get out of here. I thought you were a strap. It's growing. Growing. Budgies. The budgies might be able to swing brown. Let's see here. Yes, because it's a light color. Background. These are both paired up already with their leather. Bum. Okay, and then let's see. We've got florals. That might be able to be brown too. I originally said it was going to be black. Let's take a look. It can be brown. The blue and purple ones are black for sure. The strawberries are black. Alrighty. Done so far. I am going to need to fish out their drawstrings. That's one thing that's missing from those packages, but the drawstrings are literally at my feet, so that's not a big deal. Black for the floral. Ding. Ding. Oh no. It like traveled too far. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, Shibas are getting brown. Brown. Brown works. Okay, sweet. Black for the strawberries with the little black seeds and the black bottom. we're 100% running out of black. That's fine. I think it's actually going to be black or brown for the bees. Bees. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna need to cut more straps for. Oh, this one's already done. Sweet. It's already been matched up. Yay. Yeah, because that was all the. Oh, there's more in the bin. Sweet. It was hiding under the drawstrings. Yay, me. Okay, so we'll do the matchup for what we have right now, and then we'll figure out. Anyway, brown for the from the bees and strawberries, brown, black for those two. Ooh. Actually, with that, we might have just enough straps and just enough black, because like this definitely needs to be black. Now let's see. I said that this like different colored. Oh yeah, no, it needs to be black. I was like, it needs to be black, and it needs to be black. Alrighty, get out of here. Okay, so there's a couple more on here, and then there's all the brown behind. May as well just, since I'm already on a roll, I may as well just finish these off. Since apparently that's the mode I'm in right now. Brown for the carousel. Brown for these strawberries. This one needs to have its wax warmed up a little bit, it looks like. There we go. Strawberries. Brown for the wisteria. Yeah. This fish, not like I have any other color choice for it besides brown and black. Black is not going to work. Brown for the pink strawberries. Brown for the bunny with the aqua background. Brown for the sloths and brown for the retro cafe. Oh, we might just sneak it through here, guys. Yeah, it's going to be like, it looks really good. It's nice and warm with the warm kind of like pink lemonade colorway of the sloths in the background. And this one's really cool. It's called pull up because when you like bend it, it changes color. And then it goes back to its normal color within like that. And I actually have a strap made from this. And it's really cool. And it's worn extremely well. So, alright. There's those two. So the only thing those are missing are their drawstrings. But like I said, the drawstrings are right here. So I'm not overly fussed about it. I'm going to need the snap. They're not snaps. The clip bin anyway. So I think we're good. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more brown. Oh, and I have 5 more black, and we only have like 5 bags, 5 or 6 bags. Okay, so the turtles will be black. Ding. They're supposed to have that bright blue. The this one, as much as it looks like it should be brown, should probably be black as well. The Sailor Moon one, it'll match the frame. The gray strawberries is just going to be black. Makes sense. The confetti, and then the blue strawberries here are getting a white and confetti lining and a black handle. And then there is the turtles lining there, because I was just like, where the turtles weren't supposed to have a confetti lining. Sweet. And we've got extra now, which is pretty awesome because we're obviously going to have a lot more Kato to sew, so it's not like we're going to end up not using it here very rapidly. Alright, I'm going to pull the leather back out just so it's not dropping everywhere as I'm like trying to wrap up here. Okay, well, they're all black. 4 bags left in this stage. Goodness gracious. Actually, one of the best ones I've heard recently is like, Lord, deliver me. And I'm like, yep, that sounds about right now. I just remembered that the leather that we're going to use for the branding for the logos is also like persnickety. So it's going to take, it only takes like 3 or 4 seconds to actually brand the leather. So That's going to be a fun experiment to get it good right again. All right, the strawberries. The strawberries. Alright, there we go. Trim this down like that. And we're good on that side. Oh, I guess I should actually pull this from under the machine with all of its bits and sundries. Go. Back there. Next is gray strawberries. Alright, I need to drink the remainder of this water bottle before 7. And then I need to go fill it. Totally doable. Strawberries are ready. Plunk, dunk, back. And if you're like, Katie, why didn't you like brand your logo before? It's because I didn't know how many I'd actually get finished. I did still have a vain hope that I would get all 54 finished for this weekend. Obviously at this point that is not happening, and that is fine. But I didn't want to spend the time branding logos being like, I'm going to get 54 done, and then have spent that time branding and cutting 54 and then not needing them. And now, so what we'll do is I will do more than what I need because sometimes they don't turn out correctly. Hello, phone. Nice freeze job. Okay, good. And then we'll have, and then I will go in and I will brand the rest before we do the next round of Kato so that they're done. Basically this hide that I got, it's nice, but it's not the right temper for straps, like which is what I purchased it for. So I'm just gonna go in and we're basically just gonna create logos from this hide. That's all this is for now. So which is fine. It's annoying. It's expensive. Because normally what I'm doing is I'm using up the scraps from the hides that I use for the straps to make the logos. But yeah, this one is like, it's not gonna work. Too light a temper. Maybe for the, I guess maybe for the wristlets. But typically what I'm doing is I'm trying to match the leather strap to the like I'm trying to match the crossbody strap to the color of the hand, like the wristlet handle, because in my mind that makes sense. Although at this point I do have a bunch of brown pull-up crossbody straps cut, so that's pretty awesome. All right, 1 and 2. There are 2 more seams left in this step. One more seam left in this step. Wahaha. I like the days when I can count above 2 regularly, reliably. I know this is a problem most knitters and crocheters have. It's like, and I messed up a 2x2 rib or 1x1 rib. Sometimes we can't count above 1. Can't even count above 0 some days. Then you always look at it and it's like, really? I've been able to count to like whatever number it is for like decades. Actually, thinking about that means I'm going to come up on like 2. I am in my 2nd decade of knitting right now. Okay, so we are done that step. So what happens next is we are going to turn all of these right side out, and then we are going to pin the leather in, and then we are going to do the start the smashing everything together. So this is what I mean about this being like a mini preview. So that we get everything pushed out here, because then it's going to sit properly, and then there is basically what the finished bag is more or less going to look like. Super cute. And then we'll decide. So the top is a little bit, yeah, the top needs to be squared off a little bit, maybe. Let's fold it down into its actual wedge, because that should be a little bit more even. It looks fine. Is it going to be, nah. Like, is it going to be sewable? Probably not. I at least want to take this interfacing off the top, because then it doesn't obscure my seam allowances as much. There we go, and just trim it there so it's at least all comparably even. Then we're going to do this, and we're going to, so what I do is I take my ruler and I actually clip it on the line that it needs to split the difference on, basically. So the halfway mark, because this needs to be a certain distance from the seam. Then I go in, and you cannot use pins with leather because it will damage the leather, and more holes that there are in leather, the weaker it is. So we go in, we clip the one side, and then we clip the other side here. Get in there. I know you want to. We're so close to being done. Please do not fight me. No fighting me. Oh my goodness. Okay. And then we need to pull all this up here because I don't feel like digging around on the floor right now. And I'm going to turn the sewing machine off so that I don't accidentally start it, especially with stuff under it like the snips. I don't want to step on the pedal and like catch myself unawares as well. Okay, and then the next thing that goes on is the drawstring. Are there ways to center this without eyeballing it 100%? Do I know? Mostly I line it up with the seam allowance, to be honest. And then I line up the other one with the one that we're clipping in right now. This does get more clips, and then these will be the clips that we transfer to the lining typically. Now I am short on clips somehow right now. There's more in the bin here. So we may need to actually clip and then sew And then clip some more. Just dependent on how many clips I use, really. But that, I think, is going to be the experience tonight. All right, so there is the turtles clipped around. Now, I have been more careful about having the bags match the seam allowance this time. Sometimes it's easier to sew. Basically, sometimes it's easier with this stuff in the lining, and sometimes it's easier to sew with the lining in the bag. Basically, I do that by ear as I'm sewing. If there's ending up being a lot of crinkles and stuff like that, then I'll flip it or whatever. But right now, we're going to start with it this direction with the lining on the exterior, and then we'll see how it comes together, basically. It'll all work out. It's all fine. No, I don't position the pockets based on where the handle is. I do position the logo once we actually get the logo based on where the handle is, but everything else, no, it just gets plopped in wherever it ends up working, basically. Okay, this one looks like one of those ones where it's going to be nicer to sew it from the exterior to the interior. This is a fairly stiff tempered black leather, so it's making it a fight, but we'll turn it back this direction. So now the exterior is back on the outside. Totally clipped it like I was going to sew it this way too. Flat sides down to the outside. Yeah, that actually feels really good. Now I could sew it right now. Oh, that's a little bit not good right there. That actually looks like it's probably the drawstring more than it's actually the exterior though, so that's good at least. Maybe. No, that's totally the exterior. Okay, let's sew it. And then I can just, typically I would go in and do, like I said, do all these clipping, but I am just ready to get this done. So let's get in and get it sewing. Okay, so I'm gonna shuffle that up a little bit, basically shove it under the machine. And then the tricky part is keeping all these like layers aligned, which is why you want the clips. Should have double checked that before I started talking about throwing it under the machine, but you know what? Here we are. Let's do this. A little bit of back stitch. I do not back stitch over the leather because again, the more holes you have in leather, the weaker it becomes. So we're just going to work around this slowly-ish. Slowly-ish. I front and back stitch over both the side seams and the start and finish of these drawstring bags, or the drawstring channels. So if you see me back stitching in a random spot, that's what I've hit, is like either a side seam or the drawstring channel. End, one of the ends. All right, I think we're okay. I think having the exterior down, it's just basically going to work its way into the bag. Perfect. Now we are going to double check. We'll turn this right now and double check it. I have to trim the leather down just a tick because when we go in to actually do the top stitching, I don't want it to get in the way. So just trim it right down as close to the seam allowance as I can get without basically like also trimming the seam allowance or through the stitches that's holding it together. And we're going to turn this one because then that's a good demonstration. We are not doing this on all of these bags, but I just want to see how this one turned out. Ooh, 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 ooh. Go, 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 go. Birth the bag, turn the bag, whatever term you want to use. I prefer turning the bags. That's usually what I use. Now this is the first Kato finished with that new interfacing as well, so that's part of what we got to check. Because I kind of committed to all of the Kato without remembering that. Oh, we're good. We are fine. Okay, so this will need a black top stitch. So once we've got all of these done, they'll get top stitched. And that, my dears, is what it looks like. I'm going to turn this actually to a wider view. So can start to see more of what I'm actually doing here. So there's the turtles. Turtles. And then the logo will go here with the handle to the left side. And I'm also backlit right now, which is not helping anything. All right, so let's go in and we will trim all of them, or clip all of them, and then they'll need their finishing seams and their whatever the other thing is. I don't remember. Top stitching. So those are the last 3 steps for these, is top stitching, brand logos, and finishing seams. Alright, I'm going to turn it back down a little bit here so that you're basically looking more at my desk than at the mess behind or around me. We're just going to ignore that. That's why I'm going to tidy up next week. After I have a very generous nap, hopefully. I think that's what Wednesday is going to be for, is naps and tidying up. I also have to still do a short run. But you know, it can get done. Yeah, so there's that preview as well. Absolutely spectacular. Not like you're not going to see these tonight if I can get them done, but yeah, if I stop pausing on them, we will get them done. Okay, so I do this with the ruler just because I find it easier to actually clip the ruler on to the bag. And then we can just shimmy this in at the end of the ruler. It gets a clip and then it comes up over here. I think she actually suggests cotton webbing in this, but the leather was one of the things that I wanted to kind of use to elevate the bag, and so that's why we have leather. And it's gorgeous. Alright. Now we're going to do the yeah, drawstrings. I'm going to trim those just because otherwise they're going to show that on the front. Okay, make sure this is like even and level. And here, and here, and then we'll flip and do this side. And that is, those are both aligned. And we'll go clip, and clip, and clip, and here, and then I'll take the lining, get a bunch of the canvas dust off of there, stuff it in, and hope for the best. Alright, so I always start on the side seams because those are the best centering points basically for the bag. We're going to do it in there, and we're going to not be sewing this one, so I may as well turn you back towards here so you can actually see what I'm doing. So we do there, and then we come in here. Again, these are seams that I nest, so they get pressed, basically abutted. Literally fold them back one way and back the other way, and then you butt them up against each other. And it just makes a very nice, sharp finish so that your seams are aligned when I don't have to fight them so much. Goodness gracious. Why are you being so grumpy? There we go. Not so grumpy. Okay, and clip, and clip here, and clip here, and clip here. Okay, now this one feels like it should be one that's fine to just sew around exactly how it's set up right now, which is awesome. It's a nice finished drop-in lining. There we go. Actually, I don't know if that's a drop-in lining or what it's called, but it's like, yeah. It's actually what held me up on making these bags originally. Originally, I did want to make like this style of bag because they were quite popular when I started making project bags. Obviously, they're still quite popular. But what held me up was this portion of it, of like having to sew the two pieces together. Just my skill. So a decade later, I came back to it. And, you know, I had more skills. And now they still give me problems, but at least I mostly know how to fix them. It's not like they don't fight. I just know how to fight them, typically. This bag, folks, is glorious. Like, seriously. I don't think you could get much more gorgeous than that right now. Especially with, like, the black leather handle and all of that, too. That is probably going to be the show piece. So typically I select a number of bags to kind of do as show pieces, is what I think of them as, which means that they get highlighted. I guess highlighted products. And so that will be one of the highlighted products. Oh, whoa. That was close. Okay, there is the fans, drawstring. There's the other drawstrings. My eldest, we had leather scraps, so they were like, I am going to clip all around the leather scraps. I asked how many there were, and I wonder if they got the right count. Yep, 8. They had told me 8. And lo and behold, there are 8. Cool. That's good. Alright, so the fans are going to run sideways, basically. I want that as the exterior one. So we go in and line up the side seams here. Clip. And clip. And clip. And that probably needs 2 more. Yeah, that works. Okay. And scoot that one in because we're going to put one on the side seam anyway. This drawstring is a little bit larger, which is fine. Let's put this to the exterior. Yeah, and those ones to the interior. Okay. Good and good and good. And that's going to go there. And that's going to go there. And here. And there. Like that. Squish it. Stuff it. And shake it. And no, I'm not talking about, I don't know what I would be talking about food-wise, but I'm not talking about food, obviously. Okay. Side seam. Now there's lots of ways you can center bags, and I do know this. It's like you can trim the you can trim a center line, like basically fold it in 4s and just cut a little like dart. You can mark those 4 corners with those 4 lines with a pin. Like there's so many different ways to do it, but I like to just do it with the side seams. It's a little bit, allows it a little bit more wiggle room to kind of get everything where it needs to be, And so far, 95% of the time, this method has not failed me. 95. Yeah, I said 95. I was like, I thought I heard 75 for some reason. But I'm like, I'm pretty sure 95 is what came out of my mouth. And it's probably even a higher percentage than that. That's just that's the low number. So we're just going to stick with what works. And it works. There we go. Next one. 3 bags. Oh my goodness. Okay, so how many are there? Too many, probably. Oh well. Like I said, dinner definitely helped the headache, which is good. There's stuff going on in the family chat. What's going on here? Okay. Strawberries, strawberries. Strawberries. Very fresh and summery. Springy. I love it. Okay. We're gonna need, I think we're probably gonna clip until we can't clip anymore. And then we'll sew and move on to the next ones if we need to. If I don't have enough clips for everything, basically. Okay, those are little offcuts that don't need to be in here. They're garbage at this point. Come on, get out of here. One more handful, because one more handful would never hurt. Okay. Beyond the clip that was like, I'm out of here. See you later. I.e. it fell on the floor. But obviously the clips totally have a mind of their own. So, as does the fabric. Never cooperating. Rarely cooperating. Let's put it that way. I said that, and now it'll be like just an absolute horror show to try and get all of this sewn tonight. Alright. Strawberry drawstrings. Snip the chain piece. Go in. Get the side seams settled. Settle out, settle out. Actually, the funny thing is this time last year I was prepping for Edmonton of all things. So, it's end of April is usually a pretty busy time as it is. And then Caroline and I were heading out to Japan. I would much prefer to be going to Japan, even over Dawson Creek. I'm excited about the show. I am not as excited about the drive. Or honestly to be in Dawson Creek. Okay, there we go. Plus, anytime I try to like search something for Dawson Creek, it auto defaults to Dawson City, which is an extremely different city. It's in the territories, not in a province. It's in the Northwest Territories. Yukon. Wait, I said that, and then I was like, Dawson City is in the Yukon. Yeah, so that's a different territory than the Northwest Territories, too. Right. So what is there? There's 10 provinces and 3 territories. Yeah. So what is Nunavut the capital of? I should know that. No, it's Nunavut, and then Iqaluit is the capital, right? Okay. Oh no, gonna get myself in trouble. But anyway, Dawson City has some really cool stuff. Like when you go in and actually read of like what is there to do in Dawson City, I'm like, I would much rather be going to Dawson City even. Oh my goodness. It's good though. Dallas has like old family friends in Dawson Creek, so he'll be able to go visit them while we're up there. That's kind of like, that is part of the reason to go up there. This isn't just like randomly like, we're gonna go up to Dawson Creek. No, Dallas knows people up there, so that helps a bit, although they're busy, so it's like, then at least on the Saturday, so I don't know exactly what's gonna go down, but oh well. Okay, clipping around. This one feels like the exterior and interior are quite well sized to each other, as long as this side works as well. It's insane sometimes how like there is a difference in between just the sides, so like, or the front and back, or whatever you want to call front and back, I guess. I don't know what you would call this, because it's like, it's a circular bag, the wide part. Anyway, there is another one successfully pinned or clipped. I do not use pins for these, for good reason. Oh man, that sun is glorious. Eek. Right. Another handle, another lining. The Miko is the next one. I forgot how long this takes. Long this takes. To be honest, the rest of this is not going to take anywhere near as long as this portion, probably. It's always the prep work, though, right? That's always what gets everything. So, all right. Now I am going to be a little bit particular. Okay, yeah. So the handle will go on that side. Although realistically, it depends on which wrist you put it on, so I guess it doesn't matter anyway. But the logo is going to go on the front with the one that's like the most centered. There we go. That is what I would consider the front when it's finished. Is the side, the front, the portion with the logo. Okay, there we go. And then we'll go up and over this way. Okay, and then the Miko drawstrings should be over here. Yes, I just saw it, I think. Yep. There we go. Get this clipped apart. Right there. Then we'll get it clipped in. Okay. Make sure that the side seams are exposed so that this is like as centered as I can make it in the way that I'm doing it. There we go. And then clip the here. And then clip it a couple more spots. 1 and 2. All right, I am going to need to count after this and just figure out if this is actually going to be achievable tonight or not. So we'll do a quick count after I get this one clipped together. I don't even know how long these are taking me, so we'll do a clip count. I'll do a time, and then I'll try and decide if this is actually viable to get even this pile done tonight. I think it is. It's just, it is cutting it very fine. So with everything else that needs to happen in the next couple days. Yeah, okay, good. Fold it up, stuff it in. Get it to the side seam here. And apparently this lining is quite a bit taller than the exterior. Lovely. It's usually not quite that different between the interior and exterior, but apparently this one decided to be. All right. Aligned. Aligned. Yeah, but it is lined up well enough, I think. There, and there, and here. And there. And we've got like one more here. And then one more here. And there it be. Okay, so let's do the count here and see what kind of insanity I've signed myself up for. Because we just know it is. 2, 4, oops. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Okay, that one volunteered to be the next one I clip. 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. Oh my goodness. Okay. 28, 31. Okay, for some reason I thought we were still under the halfway point, but we did get over the halfway point at least. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Okay, so there's 35 left right now. So that means that we prepped 40. Oh, okay, so we did do pretty good. Okay, so what did I say? I have 35. And it's 60, we're gonna put it 6:02. Let's see what we've got how long it takes to do this, because this is definitely, the number just keeps dropping for what I think I can like actually achieve tonight, because there's so much left to do on these. I guess the other thing is I could leave the top stitching to tomorrow, as long as I got the brands, logos branded and actually glued onto these. So they'd still have to be, this step would have to be finished, and they'd need to be sewn together at least. But then like, if the top stitching may go better tomorrow. Okay, we'll figure it out here. So we have 35 left. Okay, and that is the strawberries. There it is right there. Quite a ways smaller. Mine's, oh, don't put the seam up. Don't put the fold up. That would be embarrassing. That would be a tear out, and this would go into timeout, and I'd fume about it until probably next year. If I did something that silly, you are more than welcome to laugh at it, because my goodness, that would be a ridiculous mistake to make right now. I've sewn hundreds of these, and that would be the mistake that got me. Anyway, seam side towards the top of the bag. Go. There we go. Dun dun dun. Ding. Alright. So that takes 2 minutes to do the drawstring and the leather handle. This is another one where apparently the lining is too tall on one side. I don't know what's happening. Okay, and then around, and we'll clip it in here. Oh, this one feels like it's probably one that needs to be like turned the other way, but we will find out in a minute. Okay, clippy clip, clippy clip. Needs another one right there, and then one here, one. I'm going to fold that down, and then shimmy it up here, shimmy it up here, and then up here. I guess this is one of those places where that like point of view camera would be very good. I knew where it was, or like POV harness. All right, so that took 3 minutes. Okay, so that's not bad. So if we have 35 left to do, that's about an hour and a half's worth of work. Hour and 45. So that puts us at 9:15. Let's say 9:30 for a generous amount. And then they all need to be sewn. Should probably take another... If they all cooperate, it won't take that long. It'll take maybe a half hour. No, an hour. That puts us at 10:30. And then I need to brand the logo and top stitch and brand and glue the logo. Okay. That's a lot of work to do. I guess no, do you know what? We will... Okay. I will sew these. Brand the logos. And then we will start... I will glue the logos in part tomorrow. Actually, yes, I'll glue all the logos tomorrow. Here's the thing, I like leaving them enough time to actually cure before I pack them up. But if I glue them tomorrow, that will leave them overnight. They can sit in the truck and dry, realistically. Or I'll set them on like the treadmill out there. And that can, with like the anvil. Not the anvil, the press. That, like the heavy press. And that'll help keep them flat and adhered. And realistically, they only need 24 hours, or 2 hours before they're dry. Okay, so sew tonight, top stitch tonight. I have to brand the logos tonight. And if we have 40 bags, so I need to brand 50. So I need to cut and brand 50 logos. And then we'll just bring the drawstring spools in the truck. If I don't get the logos done before I leave, they can be glued in the truck as well, especially if I can open the windows. Mostly because it needs to be vented fairly well because it's a stinky glue, which is not good in the contained space. Okay. Wheeling and dealing, but I think we'll get it done. We'll see. This is all I can do right now is just work forward, move forward, clip the things, sew the things, brand the things. And then I'm going to pretty much dedicate that hide to logos. I'm just going to go in and do it all, especially because it is a little bit persnickety. The logos shouldn't actually take that long because I think they only need to have the brand like on it for like 2 seconds a piece or something like that. And I'm going to cut them out first, and then I'm going to brand them because I always debate if it's better to cut them out first or to like brand first. And I think it's better to... That's a lie. I think it's actually better to brand first and then cut them out because it's easier to be more accurate with the die when it's already branded than with the brand on something that's already cut out. I don't know. This needs to be flipped. Nice for the sewing because it's going a little bit sideways. Okay, so that one needs to have a clip thrown in there. Go, and a clip here, And we're good. Are we good? Let's see. I think we will be once we actually sew that. Okay. Next. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the bunnies definitely want to be done. Oh, this is glorious. I love this one. So we'll turn it out 7:30. Don't want that. Don't need that song in my head. Don't need that song in my head. We're definitely gonna run out of clips. So I guess we'll take a sewing break. Oh no, the horrors of having to take a sewing break. Oh yeah, because we're also gonna have to turn all of these and do the finishing seams. Okay, we might need to pare down the numbers again then. Damn it. It's just, I wish I had tomorrow still to work on this. Alright, well, I don't really, because we need to do all the other stuff. Basically, we got to get all the taxes input to see if I need to do more work for like getting our utilities and stuff like that put together. Because like I said, nothing like leaving it to the last minute. And I have that long training run, which should be done by lunch. We'll go have lunch and come home and do the work. And then we can load the truck after, or I can load the truck after that. Gross. This is really tight. So maybe we'll select do all the animals. And we'll do something and something. So I think, yeah, otherwise we're not going to get this done. Okay. Bah. If we didn't keep having surprise ones yesterday, it might have been okay. Should have just left the surprise ones and been like, alright, those will go later. But that would have been all of the animals, and that just is not cool. And of course the camera is like, I am not going to work now. Thank you. Good night. Okay. Smushing stuff. So let's make a selection. So we'll do what I've already done because, hey, it's already clipped. There's no point in pulling it out without sewing it. But I think we'll do a selection of, we will do all of the animal prints because they are adorable. Oh my goodness. What is going on? Are you overheating? No. It's just dropping the connection. Wild. Okay. Anyway, so what am I doing? I'm going to do all the animals. I'm going to do those strawberries. So that's like 15. This is 21 right here already. So maybe all the animals, the strawberries. And when I'm saying animals, all the like pets. So all the ones with the paw print, interiors, pockets. And I think that's good. I think that's all we're going to be able to get done reasonably. Now, if I suddenly come by like 3 hours tomorrow or something like that I can sew in, I'll do it. But I think there's just too much other things that have to be prioritized to get done tomorrow. So, like packing the truck. Packing the truck would be essential to actually staying up in Dawson Creek on Saturday. So, you know, kind of important. Just a wee bit important. All the pets. So like all these cat ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Shibas and the Corgis. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. The wisteria, the budgies. Wisteria and the budgies. Oh, I'm annoyed. Okay. And the bees. The bee and strawberries have to come too because they will sell for sure. The rest of these will get finished later. Oh, they're so close. That is... But I think that is more reasonable amount to actually get done. Alright. And I do have to keep some of my sanity, I guess. Maybe. I don't know about that one, but we'll try. Alright. Let's get it done. Like I said, if I run into some excess time tomorrow, then I'll come down and I'll try and finish what I can. Just even off screen. Just get it done, get it done, get it done. I will still brand 50 logos, and then that, at least that portion can get done. But yeah, like without also having the timing available for how long it takes to turn these, because it does take time to turn them, and it takes time to do their finishing seams and all of that. This is just a more... yeah. Oh well. It's still 30 Kato bags. Or 20 Kato bags, or however many, finished in like 2 days, basically. Well, not quite. Well, like, obviously we worked on them over, what, like Friday? Did I work on Wednesday? I can't remember. But like Friday, and then a little bit of work over the weekend, and then like all of the sewing work is what I meant this week. So Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and today. So I can't be too mad about that portion, at least. It's just, but I can still be annoyed. Cat problems caused by myself. So there's really no one to blame but me. Okay, well, you know that I'm going to have a glorious number of Kato finished here very rapidly. So I do think what I will do is I will postpone the shop update until after I get all of the Kato done. So probably at the beginning of June now, which means I should do the presentation with VKL on like that June weekend maybe. Although we're also very busy that weekend actually. We're just busy all the time, so I should just shoehorn it in there. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But anyway, finishing them for a beginning of June update would mean that they are also finished for the crochet retreat. Unless they sell out. Please sell me out. Please don't sell me out. Like I said, it's like one of those things where it's like, please sell me out. But it's terrifying. Because if I sell out, then I don't have anything for my other commitments. Whew. Okay, yeah, I think doing the animal ones, though, is going to be a good plan. I really wanted the crochet ones, but they haven't even, like the pink and the orange one haven't even hit the deck. So we'll finish all of those at once and kind of have a crochet pattern launch, I guess. Yeah. This is disappointing, but oh well. Kind of figured something like this would happen because it's just like the Kato do take so much time, and I had so little turnaround time realistically between the last few events. Because what I wrapped up on the large box bags before the ancient, like the Hanami Popup, which makes sense as well. Because why leave bags that were like 90% finished, not finished? But my Kato are also my best sellers, so that's why I wanted to do such a big push on them to try and get as many done as possible too. So, oh well. seen out dropping like flies as we speak. I.e. falling asleep very rapidly. Basically, they're watching TV before bed, and they have passed out watching TV, which is pretty awesome. Did I finish my water before 7:40? I did not. There's still a little bit left. It's like, I gotta drink that by 7. It did not happen. Although it is nearly time for a washroom break, and then I will fill that up and grab a simple snack, because that also feels like something that's needed. So let's clip this one, and then I'll go up and do that. And then. I'll just keep motoring along here. I hope I selected the right amount. I hope I don't have to like pare that down even more. I will make sure that the animal ones, or these pet ones, at least get done first. And then we'll make harsh decisions after that, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I'm tired. Makes me want to shuffle my run to Monday, but we're driving home on Monday, and it's just like, I don't want to run for 3 hours on the treadmill after we've driven 8.5 hours home. That sounds like kind of a nightmare. And I can't really, well, I could do it next Wednesday, I guess, but tomorrow it is. Because you know, if I move it, I'm not doing it. So, and I do need to do one more long run. Technically, I'm supposed to do 2 more long runs. I'm supposed to do 12.5 tomorrow, which is what I'm going to do. It's not supposed to, I'm going to. And then I'm supposed to do 14 miles in 2 weeks. And I'm just like, no, I'm done at 12.5. That's good enough. If I'm not ready for a half marathon at 12.5 miles, then I'm not ready for a half marathon. But I should be ready for a half marathon. So. It is funny though, because Calgary Marathon will only be my second half. Because when we did the Dopey Challenge, and I'm not like, okay, so like basically I ran 2 half marathons at the marathon, but official halves, the official half at the Dopey Challenge was a half of a half because of weather. Now, I completely agree with their decision. I've said this every time. But they were in a super tough position, and most people were like, okay, totally get it. I would have been so disappointed, though, because, like, I was originally thinking, I'm like, oh, I'll just do the half marathon. Like, I've never done a half. That would be a really fun way to do a half. But I would have been so, like, the more I think about it now, the more I'm sad about it. At the time, it made total sense. Again, safety. And safety for their staff as well, because it's not just the runners they have to worry about, it's all the support staff that's out on the roads, which is an insane amount. But anyway, they had us run like 7 miles out of 13.1. So it's been coined the half of a half. But at least they also didn't cancel it fully, which would have been super disappointing. But why it would have been like super disappointing is like if you book or if you run the half marathon at Disney World, it means that you run into Magic Kingdom, which is the castle park, without having to run a full marathon. The marathon is the other one that goes into Magic Kingdom. And so that's why I would have like gone with it, because I'm like, yeah, I totally want to run into the Magic Kingdom. So yeah, I would have been very disappointed. Anyway, Calgary will officially be only my like second half marathon, which is hilarious in some ways. Should have been my third, but it'll only be the second. Unless you want to count 2 half marathons for the full. Which is kind of a funny thought, but not quite what I'm here for. Come on, fruit cats. You need to have your handle. I don't know why it's fighting, but alright. Maybe I got into like a thicker part of the hide or something, because this stuff feels thicker or at least stiffer. Unless I just haven't worked with the black for the longest time. I haven't done a lot of... Well, I did a bunch of Kato in January. So I don't know. Weird. Whatever. There is canvas fluff there. Get off. Just remembered I still have math to do for taxes. I had off Shopify sales, so I need to count those. Damn it. And then I'm not done taxes. After I'm done these taxes, I need to also do my GST return. Yay! But this year I did... Last year I deleted my GST return accidentally, and when I was doing the calculations in like basically max version of Excel, so numbers, in the spreadsheet. And then I don't know what happened, but I lost the whole... That's what happened. I purchased the laptop, and then in between purchasing the laptop and receiving, or no, I sold the iPad that I was using that had all of the tax information on it, and I had forgotten to put the GST side of it into the cloud, so I had to redo all my GST receipts last year. This year I just have it itemized on my tax worksheet that I'm doing, but at least GST doesn't have to be done until June. I will do it. Actually, that's one of the things I might do in the next couple weeks then, just to get it out of off my plate, basically. Ding 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 ding. Clip. Ding 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 ding. This one needs to be turned. Oh, I stuck that eye off. It's not a pin. Okay, come on. You go in there. You go there. I think this can be finessed around properly. There we go. There we go. Okay, good. I think it's just about right. And then if that's kind of... Okay, there we go. I'm going to go grab more fresh water, and a snack and a washroom break. So I'll be back in a few minutes, probably around 8 o'clock. Alright, I have returned. I planned out what I could have for a snack and stuff like that. Had a protein shake. Or protein powder, whatever you want to call it. And then I completely spilt it all down the front of that white shirt. And I was just like, damn it. And it's chocolate colored. So I went up and grabbed a clean shirt real quick. But hey, it's only 8 o'clock, so I'm still back when I said I was going to be back. Okay, and I still have a granola bar for when I get a little bit munchy later. All of the protein should actually last me pretty good. You know, just in case. I did not know that that bin actually fit under the machine head, so that's pretty cool. Should have actually also closed all the blinds because it is going to start getting dark here. And I do not need people staring in at my sewing space. But we're not quite there yet, so whatever. Okay. There's the dot in my cat's handle in. Now we'll do the drawstring and the pockets. Okay, I'm looking at the pile that I've actually like portioned out and it is looking manageable. Impressive? No. Manageable? Yes, I think we can. This is actually an achievable amount now. Oh, I am just super prepared for the next one. And I do have a crap ton of large box bags, so I have enough to fill the booth. Hi. Because that's the other thing is I went up to a 20-foot booth in piece and I'm like, now I'm like, that might have been a bad idea. But oh well. It'll still be more accessible if I spread the stock out more. Well, I also have a ton of knot bags available, so that rarely get their time in the sun right now. So that's also what can go out, and it'll be fine. Usually I have too much stock, even in a 20-foot booth, so I probably shouldn't worry quite as much. Kids, life, training, some other priorities right now. It is tempting to almost bring samples of the fabric though and be like, I have a Kato in this coming up. Okay. One clippy clip. So clip the side seams so that they're basically the center markers for the bag, or alignment marks for the bag. There we go, that's the better term. And then we'll clip around and kind of shimmy everything into place here. And then we'll focus in on getting these other ones done for the crochet retreat in June, and also for a shop update at the beginning of June as well. So I had originally been talking about doing a shop update mid-May, but we will wrap up on these Kato first. So the shop update should be the beginning of June. That should give me enough time to... Realistically, most of what's here is almost done. And this is like minus what we finished tonight. And then this is about half of what is left in the studio, or like it's half of what the total was, so half again is left in the studio right now. So I think a good 2 weeks worth of work should get this done. I have not had, yeah, I did anticipate a little bit more work time this week than there has been, so that's okay. Again, stuff fluctuates. Still need to do that math. And I need to do that math at the computer. It won't be hard, I just gotta plunk it in numbers, so. Okay. Budgies, budgies, budgies. I'm glad I grabbed the budgies. I know it seems like a kind of random selection when there's so many good ones, but they are adorable. They're very, very, very cute in person. Did I grab? Oh, so the other strawberries are probably not going to make it then. Okay, like the big strawberries with the florals. So those will be finished afterwards. Yeah, there's actually quite a few that will be finished afterwards, I guess. Oh well. Oh well. Alright, you need your drawstring. Drawstring, 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 drawstring. Where's your drawstring? There it is. Alright, clipping in the drawstring channels here. Basically what I'm doing is I align it as best as I can by eye on the one side, and then the next side I match it up to whatever it is on the back side by feel. And so far it's mostly been working, so again, are there better ways to do it? Yes, 100% there are. Is this what's working? Yes. So are we going to change it? No. Right. A little bit more attention. I did pay more attention, obviously, to the linings this time. That has helped significantly so far with like matching everything up. So that is something we'll be doing in the future. I do really like the fact that all of the cutting was done besides like leather, before we left the cutting studio. So like having the webbing done, having the D-rings done, having the wedges already cut. I think having all that work done was a really good idea. I don't know if it actually sped me up, but it has meant that there is less task switching while I've been sewing, which is an important part of it as well. Just even for the mental, like, again, trying to reduce analysis paralysis or like decision fatigue. Not that there's much to decide when it's just like, all right, sew the thing, but yeah, I do think not having to switch tasks at the sewing table has helped a lot. It also was way easier to cut the wedges on the actual cutting table, where it's like there's room to spread everything out. So, well, I'll be keeping that. Long story short, long ramble short, I will be keeping that. Because I enjoyed that far more than trying to do it out here. Alright, we are down to 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more to clip. So that should be about a half hour worth of work left. And then, so this is the truncated version of the truncated version of the truncated version. Basically, we're not going to get everything done that was on the slate, even from yesterday. I've made that call because there's just a little bit too much work left to finish these for me to be comfortable with doing more, especially since, like I said, I cannot work again till 1 tonight. I need to be off by about 11:30, which is just over 3 hours. Just because I am still dealing with, well, yeah, I basically feel like I got drunk last night and have a massive hangover from being up way too late, which is annoying. I miss being a proper night owl. Because I swear my, like, most productive times used to be between, like, 9 and midnight. But mostly because, like, at that point it was like, okay, well, I'm done my day, so let's go do the things. My favorite time to, like, go to the gym and stuff like that when I could was, like, 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. Go do your weights, and then you, like, I wouldn't normally run then, because I was normally running, like, this was back when I was prenatal physical fitness, weightlifting, running peak. So far before children, by quite a bit. Anyway, I would run outside and then I'd go do my weights. And it was glorious. That was like the best time at the gym, especially over the summertime, when it was like nice outside, so you'd walk to the gym. Hell, even if you drove, you could have the windows down. It was just so good. And my mentality always was, as long as I got it in, who cared when I did it? Because we have a 24-hour gym. So what does it matter? As long as I do it. If it got done, or if I got there early enough and got done early enough, I could pick up beer from the liquor store underneath. Anyway, I have a feeling it'll be a few years before I'm back to that schedule again, if I ever return to that schedule. Because who knows what my internal clock will do with being up earlier for a number of years. Alright, this one feels like the interior is a little bit loose compared to the exterior, maybe. Oh no, we're good. We're good. The drawstring needs to be convinced that it needs to go a little bit further this way. There we go. No wrinkles, no wrinkles. We're good. Good. This one, this side as well. Up and clip. And then around. Up and clip. Shimmy this in here. Have a negotiation. Not really. It's like, get in there. Come on. This is not a negotiation. This is just a get in there and behave yourself situation. I did do back muscles yesterday and I can feel it. Back workout. But the thing is that I find that with running the longer distances, legs obviously hurt. So I'm doing weightlifting for legs. But my back is the other thing, that because you're doing that whole arm thing. So I still need to go actually end up doing a chest day workout, but my back is going to be very strong very soon, hopefully. Actually, the cool thing about returning to weights after kids is I have not lost a lot of my muscle mass from like hefting them around. So that is super cool to see, actually. And then super cool that like it's not going to be as much work to get back to where I was. Now the weights, I cannot remember where I was. I have a lot of the information from my runs previously, but I do not have a lot of the information from my weights, because it's been a total guessing game where I should even start at for like the low weights. I'm like, I don't know. My squats are horrendous right now, but whatever. I'll deal with that later. Well, I'm dealing with it by doing it, so that's the only thing you can do. Same as the running, same as the sewing. It's just practice makes progress. Consistency also is key, which is super annoying because that's one of the hardest things right now is just consistency. Oh well, the cat problems in my life are not problems. Okay, so where are we at? 8:15. I need to sew these, and then I need to brand the logo. I'm just keeping the list like fresh in my mind because there's more steps than I remember in some ways and less than I think there is. No, there's more steps than I think there is, but it's like sew the interiors and exteriors together, or finish clipping them, sew them, turn them, top stitch, and finishing seam. I also need to burn the logo and brand the logos, and then they'll need to be glued on. I think the gluing can happen tomorrow at some point. So like if I don't get them glued, they can get glued later. Also, I am going to actually eat my granola bar now. I know I said it was for munchies later, but I also took an iron supplement and it is rotting my stomach. One moment. Hello, Rochelle. How are you doing? Sorry, I was stuffing my face with a granola bar to help with iron supplement nausea, so hopefully it helps. Who knows? We'll keep our fingers crossed. Okay. So we're working on, I don't know how long you've been like, okay, just in. So we're working on Kato bags for the Peace Fibre Festival in Dawson Creek, British Columbia. That's this weekend on Sunday. So if you're in the area, I don't know where you're viewing from, please come join us. I have had to, basically, I had a very ambitious plan for how much was going to get done, and now we are on the smallest end of that ambitious plan. So we had that 109 exterior fabrics, and I did pare it down to around 54. I think that actually came out of the cutting studio, ready to get sewn. And then we pared it down to 40, and now we're down to around, I think, 20 to finish tonight. But we're heading out on Saturday, so I kind of need to get everything finished today because tomorrow I have a long training run. And oh my goodness, what else? Well, we gotta do taxes. We gotta file our taxes, or at least start the filing of our taxes tomorrow. And we also have to pack the truck to actually have the display stuff to go with us to Dawson Creek. So, yay! Anyway, if you are in that area, the show is on Sunday from 11 to 5 at the Dawson Creek Curling Center. So everything I finish tonight will be there. And what I'm doing right now is clipping basically everything together so that we can do the assembly. So exterior, leather wristlet handle, interior. It'll need to get sewn, turned, and top stitched. And then I also have to brand and glue on the logos. They will also get drawstrings, but that is already planned for the drive up to Dawson, so I'm not worried about it right now. Yeah, it's a good thing my machine is fast. I think I timed it out that it takes about 3 minutes to clip these two, and I'm like, I don't think I can actually do 40 tonight, but I still have a good showing. So I remember there's going to be a massive update basically in June. So I was saying that I was going to do an update in mid-May, but I want to have the time to actually finish the rest of the Kato, which are going to take probably a couple good weeks of work. And my husband is actually on vacation in May, so I'll probably get about 1 week of good work. Actually, next week would be the good work week, but I am taking Wednesday to reset the studio because, my goodness, I am starting to feel overwhelmed by it, and if I'm feeling overwhelmed by it, that means it is time to tidy. So, alright, so there is the drawstring in there. Then we squish and shove. I line up the side seams here so that that's kind of like the alignment tool for this bag. As I was mentioning to the other people on the stream earlier, there are other ways to also, like, lots of people do a 4-point alignment. I find that the 2-point alignment works fine. Would the 4-point alignment be better? Maybe. But at least aligning the seams, then I go around and I clip out from that. And like I said, so far it seems to work for about 95% of the bags at least. So that has been the day. A lot of whinging because I really don't want to cut back on the number of bags I finish, but there is no physical way for me to actually finish them because I also cannot be on line late tonight. I need to be heading to bed around 11:30, so that's another 3 hours from now. So whatever's done in 3 hours is what we've got. I'll keep wandering around about what I should do about the logos. It's like I could brand the logos tonight and then glue them on tomorrow, and I'm like, but I don't think I actually can do that. I could glue them on in the truck, but the glue is very stinky, so I don't want to do that in a confined space. I can glue them in the hotel room, but the kids are around, so it's just cut back the number of bags that you need to do, Katie. I am going to brand 50, just because then the set is set. And then I'll do the next round for the next set that's in the cutting studio still later. Did get a lot of prep work done in the cutting studio, though. I don't know if you saw some of those streams. And it has seemed to help a lot in that I can just sit down and sew, which was really nice for this, instead of, well, let's sew and now let's wedge the bags and now let's cut this, instead of just doing as much as I could in the cutting studio. And then obviously there's stuff that can't happen until now, like this assembly, but doing the cutting in the cutting studio really helped with because of the space, actually, was the big thing. There's enough space to spread out versus this smaller sewing table. So yeah, that's what we've been up to. Just, if you hear me refer to cat problems, if you haven't heard the definition of that, Jory John has a picture book called Cat Problems, and one of the cat's main complaints is that the cat asks for wet food, not dry food. Wet food, not dry food. I meant wet food. And so lots of the complaints that I've been making have been cat problems. Mostly of my own making and of no consequence outside of affecting me, typically. Annoying? yes. Dire, no. So there's been lots of cat problems recently. Ooh, good luck. That is always, yeah, like April has been a not so nut month anyway, because I had the 3 shows. So I'm surprised how well this has gone, considering how ambitious the plans were. Yeah, no, and so it just reminds me when I'm like complaining about something, I'm like, really? It's not dire. It's just like, it would be nice if this wasn't happening. So, wet food, not dry food, wet food. It's a really cute little book. Even if you don't have kids, I highly recommend it. He's got other books too. I Will Chomp You is another really cute one, but it is definitely a kid book. Like, I wouldn't personally have it in my collection. Cat Problems, I would put into my collection, kids or no. Penguin Problems Cause an Existential Crisis. I will never read that book again. It was too sad. But, yeah, I Will Chomp You is a really good little kids book. And then Cat Problems is just a good book. The cat, when I was doing it, the voice had a very nasally, complaining voice. So it was a lot of fun. And the kids really enjoyed it when I was reading it. So that's always a plus, too. I said wet food. No. Anyway. May 3rd. So what, you've got like 8... Oh, you're saying in the same boat. You've got like 8 days. I guess 7 days, realistically. And that'll be my youngest's birthday. They are going to be 3. And I don't know how that happened. And then on the 28th, my eldest will be 4. And I don't know how that one happened either. Especially that one. There's a bunch of flashbacks happening on like Snapchat right now. And it's like, one of them was actually one of the first one of the blood pressure monitoring times I had for the youngest. That started the like rapid descent into, okay, it's time to get this baby out. They were going to come early anyway. But then they were like, do you just want to do this? And it's like, yes. I am done being pregnant. Although it is funny and I was going to be induced from the beginning. I knew that. But I always joke that the youngest has been angry since they've been evicted. They're happier now. They were just angry for like the first 6 months for sure. And then breath holding spells, which were fun. And now they're happier most days. Not all the time. Sorry. My wheel was on a bag. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got 7 left. 7 left to clip. And I think it's taking about 3 to 5 minutes. So we should be done by 9. And then we'll get the sewing. Seriously. Do you know what is one of the hang-ups I had about actually having kids is I'm like, because one of my friends had kids and some other friends had kids, and it's like, now they're like 10. And it's like, it just like makes me feel older. And I'm just like, that, yeah. It was one of the things that I really had to like tackle before we had our own kids of like, I can't let that like, I don't know. It's not that it can't affect me. I don't know how to put it. But it was just like coming to terms with it, I guess, would be the best description. Now that they're my own, it's definitely worth it. But yeah. I'm just like, 4 years already. And I was pregnant 3 years ago already. Like, ugh. It's nuts. But they're sweethearts. They were definitely having a rough night tonight. Poor kiddos. But we had a busy day, so we took them out for a really long, good walk this morning. Then they went and played at the park. And then they've been like running around in the house. And they hit their limit right before dinner because they were hungry. So Turn this around. This is gorgeous little black cats with strawberry fabric. My rings are loose, so I'm going to take that one off for now. The first side here with the drawstring, I go in and more or less eyeball it to see if it's even. And then with the other side, I go in and just match it up by feel based on where the other one is. Now, as always, this is the longest part. Actually sewing these together is going to feel like it takes no time at all. So that is one nice thing. Squishing stuff. Squishing stuff. Actually, that might be another good thing about having them so close together. Is it's like there's only 1 year between them. It doesn't speed up time even more. Also, even with a little bit tougher, like infant stage with the second, that like, what is it, momnesia or whatever they're calling it, of like forgetting about that first little bit is intense. I do not want a third. I never did, but I can see how like people, even with tough kids, end up having more. It sounds kind of terrible, but it's like, if our first had been tough in that first couple of months, we wouldn't have had a second. There we go. Tricksy infant. Because telling stories about like the teething and the fact that like it took 5 months to figure out a formula that agreed with the second one, and like all of that, it was nuts. And just, it's not like in the forefront of your brain anymore either, or my brain. Shouldn't be in the forefronts of your brains. It wasn't your children, so. All right, that monologue went. I don't know where that's going. All right, so I focused in, if you weren't around for that decision, I focused in on completing the animal prints. Given that cats are generally what I've leaned into the most in Japan, and because that's what I'm best known for, that's what I leaned into, with a selection of a few others. A few were random that just were like the ones on top of the pile before I was like, I am not going to have enough time to do this. And then also, and a couple of that I was like, no, if I don't have this finished, I'm going to be really, like, it'll be sad. So the strawberries didn't make the cut, which I am also sad about, but not as sad as if like the bunnies and the wisteria koi had missed the boat. So all right, and this phone has been having all sorts of problems today. Oh, and it's actually fully off on this side. So give me 1 second, I'll get it back online here, hopefully. Completely disconnected. Excellent. End sarcasm, that is not excellent. Join please. Mute the mic. We do not want the mic on. Okay. It's reconnected now, so I don't know what was up. Try not to hit any buttons. And then that should be in the right spot. Pretty much. Turn it down a little bit so that you can't see quite as much of the mess behind, or into my general sewing area. All right, so we're going to take this and we're going to clip it. And then we're going to clip this side. Then we're going to come across here. I'm going to clip this side. The other deciding factor in like cutting down the amount that I'm actually doing is the fact that it's like I do not want to rush these too much, because rushing these too much will mean that there's mistakes, and mistakes are, take more time to fix. So it's just like if I just pare down the number that I'm doing, I don't have to feel like I'm as rushed. And it's not like the Kato are gonna go anywhere in the next like few weeks unless I'm actually sewing them. So that'll be the goal, is that I get the Kato done for the beginning of June. And like I've mentioned, the crochet retreat in June as well, which is towards the end of June. But at least the shop update at the beginning of June will be good. And then we are going to do some kimono and obi work, as I keep mentioning, in that couple of weeks between now and May 19th, which is the kimono market. And if you're in the Calgary area, you can come actually get dressed by a professional dresser in a kimono. You can rent it and then walk around the gardens and do photography, and like, it's really well set up. I really enjoyed that event last year. This year they've set it up so that basically they're handling all the sales, and you can just hang out, or you can leave, or you can do whatever you need to do. So I don't know what I'm going to do yet. I might hang out around and actually like be an attendee at an event, which doesn't happen very often. Maybe I'll try and convince Dallas that him and the kids should come down. We could get dressed in kimono, because Dallas has never actually worn a kimono, so that'd be kind of cool. Alright, so now some of these might need to be turned the other direction, because with the drop-in lining, it just makes it easier sometimes. Less likely to wrinkle, all that jazz. We are down to 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank goodness I am. Well, I'm almost out of clips, and I am pretty much toast. So, and we still have a lot of work ahead of us. Take a Tylenol upstairs, and that was an excellent idea, because I've had a nagging headache for the majority of the afternoon, mostly because I was up too late last night. Sewing, of course. Oh well. I guess my full night owl days are far more diminished than they used to be. Although I already knew that. I don't know why I pushed so hard last night, but I was having fun. But training run tomorrow of 12.5 miles means that bedtime has to be 11 to 11:30. So here's hoping that the sewing is just smooth. Because if the sewing is not smooth and it fights me in any way, shape, or form, we're done. Or I'll have to figure out how to actually get down to sew tomorrow. Because it's just, there's so much other stuff to do tomorrow. Like packing the truck. So I have the display stuff for Dawson. Because, that's pretty important. And like packing a bag, so that I have clothing for Dawson, because that's also pretty important. I think they'd kind of judge me if I wasn't dressed at this event. Stuff like that, A small amount of connection time with my children post-school. Although, honestly, I'm pretty sure if I brought them home from school and put them straight to bed with their bellies full, basically like feed them in the Jeep and then put them into the bed, they would be fine. fine with it. So there's that too. Okay. So I nest these side seams for the alignment. Find that that works the best. I could do a 4-point alignment. I do not. Mostly for time saving sake more than anything else. I also find that the 2-point works just as well or better than the 4-point anyway. Just personally. Or at least it works just as well as the 4-point for this bag at least. I have a few on the docket that might end up breaking this habit, but for now, I'm just going to go along blissfully, only using the side seams to save myself a little bit of time. Alright, let's convince that one that it needs to actually go in the bag, like that. Then we're going to convince it that it needs to be clipped there, and then it's done. Alright. 4 more bags. Ha ha ha. Market trucks are getting done. Yay. I'm glad because I like this one a lot. I'm very ready to start sewing. To get these done. Okay, so the current plan is I will smash them together, turn them, top stitch them. Is that what I'm doing? Or am I going to smash them all together, brand the logos, and hope for the best? That's pretty much what it is. This is a Hail Mary, pretty much. Oh, what am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. We're just gonna stop talking in circles about it and just do it. But I think it's gonna be sewing, top stitching. Yeah. Sew it, top stitch it. Because here's the thing, yes, I can totally glue the labels on if I need to outside of the house. I cannot sew outside of the house. So I need to brand the logos and I need to sew the bags. Ultimately, if I don't get the logos glued in, I can glue them in the hotel room. Socks? Yes, 100%. I do not want to do that. If it's necessary, it can be done. Get that drawstring clipped in. Get that drawstring clipped in. Clip in the drawstring. Drawstring. Clip in the drawstring. Okay, so we've got corgis, we got Shiba, and we've got the wall cats left after this. So it's not bad. And then yeah, we'll sew, turn, top stitch. Sew, turn, top stitch. That's what we're going to do. Don't get distracted by the logos. Sew, turn, top stitch. Then I'll do the finishing seams. And then I'll go brand the logos. I think that can be done in 3 hours. I feel like it has to be done in 3 hours. So we'll see what happens. We might only burn 40 logos, considering that I only have 40 bags here. And we're definitely not going to finish the 40 bags. Yeah, there's a significant number back there that are not going to get finished. So maybe we'll just stick to like whatever number is actually here, plus a few in case something goes sideways. Because something usually goes sideways, branding the logo. And the brand does, I have to make sure that, because we're going to use a different leather, it takes the brand very differently, very quickly. So I need to just make sure that I'm doing it correctly before I go and brand a bunch. And then the debate always is, do I brand it and then cut it, or do I cut it and then brand it? But I think it is still easier to brand and then cut, because it's a lot easier to see where you're supposed to cut than it is to brand in like like consistently in the same spot in a small circle without a proper kind of die, which I don't have. So alrighty, here we go. Handle. Clip it in, clip it in. Do, 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 do. Clip. And up. And clip. Clippy, clippy, clip, clip. Clip, clip. Right there. And clip. Open back up. I really like that guy right there. Oh, you can't see it very well because it's on ultra wide. This guy right at the top. His little back. The orange and white guy. Reminds me of Flynn. It's definitely a very Flynn action, that's for sure. So, okay, I'm gonna finish these and then I'm going to actually close all my blinds so I don't have any looky-loos. Trying to figure out what I'm doing in here with all the lights on. And then we will sew these together, and then we will turn all of these, and then we will top stitch them, and then we will do their finishing seams, and then I will brand the logos. And I know I'm just going to keep like repeating that in a mantra just to keep it like fresh in my mind so that I know what I've set myself up for. I never know what I've set myself up for. Squish, shove, find the side seams. One and two. And then clip around. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and that one needs one right there. 3 and 4 and 5. 2 more. 2 more. Oh my god. We're almost there. Oh, nope. That one didn't get its wedges sewn. So, last Sheba is not on the sewing deck. Nope. We're not messing around with that right now. That is a sign that it is not happening tonight. Okay. Corgis. The corgis are adorable. Look at their little bread butts. Sorry, it's like bent in. Look at their little bread butts. Little loaves of bread. Corgi loaves. My rings are all over the place. Alright, let's take those off. Ugh. The annoying part is that I have not lost enough weight in my hands to go get them resized, but they like spin very freely around my hands, especially when I'm working downstairs. It's really annoying working with the fabric stuff. Just like, it is spinning. Why is it spinning around No. I do not understand. Well, how did that one get missed? And then the next question is should I add in a strawberry? No. Cool your jets, Katie. Take it as a win that one selected itself to get out. Whew, that iron supplement really got me tonight. All right, lovely. Get out of here, thread. Come on. Get out. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna scoot this up a little bit because that selvage is quite wide. And then the rest of it will get caught by the actual seam allowance, I think. So we should be good. Gone forever. Clips. Clip here. Oh, I see it, but I'm not going to bend down to get it. Okay. That's fine. I don't need to. We have just the right amount of clips for these right now, which is also a good sign that we made. I made a good call. Kind of, maybe. I still don't know. Like I said, if I had tomorrow, I wouldn't be worried. But I do not have tomorrow, so. And I will keep mentioning that because it's a cat problem. Cat problems. Doodaloo. All right. Apparently tonight I will not be responsible for what I say after 9. Not even midnight. It's 9 o'clock tonight. Hey, and look at that. I would have had time to do one more. But we will have these done and clipped by 9 o'clock. So not having to do that one means I can go close my blinds without messing with the schedule too much. Phew. Ridiculous. Mostly I'm just excited to go to bed right now. I'm like, oh my god, I need to sleep. That would be nice right now. Okay. But corgis. Corgis are also extremely important, especially for this show. I don't know why, but corgis feel important. Corgis need to come with me, except that this lining is apparently far too small. Okay. I don't have time for it. Small issue? Get out of here. I'm going to pick up sweep the clips. I'm going to go close the blinds, and then we are going to sew the pile. BRB. Just mute the mic. All right, so we will have 22 new Kato for Peace Fibre Festival, hopefully. If everything goes well, I'm going to move you over here. Hello, you can see me as a full-on video interception right there. Live stream interception. All right, we're going to zoom in because I don't feel like having you see me like 4 different times. Okay, here we go. Hope and pray for smooth sewing. Just easy, straightforward, no issues sewing. Here we go. Should wind a bobbin because that will also contribute to no issue sewing. Alright. So this is what I mean when I'm talking about like a cylinder arm would make this like way easier in some ways. Yes, they're ridiculously expensive, but then you could just like, I wouldn't have to do this fold. It would just go around the arm of the machine, which is one benefit that the domestic has versus this industrial, is I can pop the little leg off and then you end up with like an arm, basically, to be able to do that sort of work. But the domestic does not sew as well as the Juki, so there's that too. 1 down. We are not turning them yet. We will turn them afterwards. What did I say, 22? Stiletto. Oh my goodness, where'd it go? Here's the stiletto. Okay. I need it for like the leather, not much else. For this, because the machine will go through a layer of leather, but it can be sticky kinda. So it's just like using a third hand of the stiletto just kind of keeps everything in line, aligned, and sewn smooth so far. All right, and the other thing I have to say is that I did do that pare down of the interiors to make sure everything was like to the measurement intended, which like I've done in the past, but they do tend to wander off of that line. And honestly, I think making sure that they really matched that surprise is going to make this easier, because so far so good. Now obviously there are still a couple where it's like, I'm going to fight you, but we'll get them. It'll all be fine. It'll all work out. So right, now this one is actually a little bit thicker even than the black, so I'll just kind of help it move through there. Again, nice and smooth, nice and smooth. Good, there's both the leathers done. Okay, now this is where it needs to kind of be shuffled and shimmied so we don't get any, like, basically I'm trying to avoid pucker. And sometimes that just means pulling the bag down, pulling fabric into the, oh my goodness, into the bag and all of that. So that's what we're kind of working on here. If that collab cam doesn't come back on, the face cam at least will work. Clicky click. Thank you. I know it's kind of boring to see the butts, but you know, that's all I'm really seeing right now too, is I'm just watching the inside, sewing white on white. Yay! The good news is I think that these are, oh shoot, I finished the oh, okay, we might only have 21, because it's like I finished the turtles, but the turtles require black top stitching, and I don't know. All right, it's 21 new bags for Peace. So we're already gonna have to change the bobbin a couple times. I don't really want to have to change it also to white thread, from white thread to black thread right now. I know that sounds lazy. I might. It'll be the last one I do though, so we'll see what the timing works out on. There we go. That's what we'll do. I want to sew it because it's got black thread. That is a cat problem. Right there. Cat problems. I like how I'm like, if I just press the like foot pedal and make the machine go faster, it'll I can sew over that leather so much better. Which actually it does work, but it's just hilarious to me. There we go. So how many? 1, 2, 3, 4 down already. So this 5th one will be, let's say I'm a quarter of the way through with the 5th one. Since it's 21, it's like to sew right now. That's close enough. The 5th one is, yeah. We're already, so yeah. The 4th one is already a quarter of the way through, basically. Sweet. Alright. Okay, this one was going to be a bit persnickety, at least it was when I was clipping it, so I'll just, again, hope for the best. Really, that's all I can do at this point. I've done the best work I can in the time we have with the materials I am using. So, okay, so if we've got 22, I need to brand like 30. Okay, that's not too bad. That also is more achievable than 40 or 50. Okay. Now, the one thing I gotta do is I just, actually, if it's that much, I might be able to just do it on the old leather that I have, because I have a like section cut and ready to go. Let's see how many I can get out of it at least, and then work from there. Maybe on the new leather. I'm just also thinking of like where I'm going to do it. Because if I want to do it here, it needs to be smaller pieces. And this sewing desk is the sturdier of the two desks, even for the press. Okay, Potato Cats is a third of the way. I repeat, Potato Cats is a third of the way. It's bag 7. This does mean that the top stitching should take about the same amount of time. We're just after 9 o'clock. I don't remember when we started, but whatever, we'll get it done. Okay. I still am upset with myself that I have to like cut so many bags, but at least it's better having some bags than like some new bags versus 0 new bags, that's for sure. Right? At least that's what I'll keep telling myself. Plus, I was out of clips. I couldn't actually even physically clip more bags. So there we go. Meant to be. Considering how long it's taken to get to this point, there is no way I would want to pull the clips right now and clip more. In fact, they are filling up my desk so much we're going to get them off of here even. Alright, here we go. Nice rainbow. Into the bin. So yeah, this question still remains of like, I had so many clips. Where did they go? I know that there's been quite a few broken, and the kids played with them. So I wonder if, like, the kids playing with them ended up putting them, like, hiding them somewhere or something. I feel like I always did a pretty good job of getting them back, but maybe I didn't. But I guess there's also, like, what, 4, 5, 9. So yeah, like, if I'm running out at around 100 clips, and there are a few D-rings over there, I guess. And then, no, because everything's been, all the D-rings have been that were clipped have been installed. The only ones that still have clips are the ones, like, the singletons holding it. So, like, there's probably 150 clips in use, and I had 400? The math ain't mathin'. That is not adding up right. Have I actually broken, like, 200 clips? That doesn't make sense at all. Alright, over a third of the way. That was number 8. Ha ha ha. We're gonna get it done. I figured we would get something done. It's just, the question always was, how many are we gonna get done? Since I was so overzealous in my fabric selections. Alright. Oh, bobbin, don't run out on me now. I don't think it did. Well, it didn't there, at least, but... Please, 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 please. Just last this bag. That is a crinkle. We're going to... So what I typically do when it gets that bad is I'll actually take it out, flip it, and then I'll sew it from the other side. Total cheat way to do it, but I find that it works the best. The other thing is I could actually shift the clip and then kind of shimmy everything down, it looks like, so that it aligns a bit better. Yeah, there we go. And then shimmy, shimmy. Good, there we go. Now there's, the fold is kind of, or what was, basically it took up the excess fabric that was creating the fold. Now we'll just finish it from the interior side. Alright, we still have bobbin thread. Winning at this so far. Okay. What is this? 10? 10. Almost halfway. There we go. 10. 11. Ding. Ding. 11. This will be 12, which will mean that that's 4 sevenths of the way through. 12. 4 sevenths is a very strange fraction. I don't know. Wait, 4 sevenths? Oh yeah, 12. I don't think I've ever heard a fraction done as a seventh. Okay, I'm gonna turn this because it is also giving a little bit of a fight. And like as much as I like booted, what did I boot? Oh, the corgis for the fight. This one's just going to be easy to fix by turning. The corgi, I don't know what is happening there, so I'm going to have to actually like do a little bit more of a deep dive on it before I commit to sewing it apparently. Or at least I can give it a better fight on a day where I'm not like, I don't have time to fight anything. It just needs to go and sew and behave itself. So this at least is just a let's turn it around and then we can sew it from the other side and that should solve the issue. And it did. Look at that. All fixed. I don't know where we are. No, it doesn't really matter. 13? 13. Right, because I was discussing how 4 sevenths does not sound like it should even be a fraction. Now we're 13 out of 21. Come on, Juki, you got it. You got it. The sewing machine's name is actually Sakura Sewing McSewface. Because why not? It had to happen. Almost done, almost done. Oh man, these feed dogs really do not like the fusible interfacing. That is interesting. It's doing it, but it's not happy about it, that's for sure. Okay. Alright, this should be 14, which means we are 2/3 of the way. Which means we are far nearer to being done than not. Thank goodness. Okay. Oh, the bunnies have to be dark top. Okay, so we will be switching to the black bobbin before the end because these bunnies need to be done. Bah, I say. Just about there, just about there. And we'll go around. And backstitch right there. Clip, clip. 2/3. Stay there. Do not fall down, please. I would be most peeved if you fell down right now. Okay. 8 out of 21. When is this bobbin going to run out? I think that's actually part of the worst thing about how small these bobbins are. It's not just that they run out fast. It's like I don't know when they're going to run out. Because obviously we've worked on so many different steps. It's like I don't keep track of when the thread is going to run out on a certain project because it's not like I'm just sewing one of those certain projects. It Like, it would be one thing if I was sitting down and doing 3 Kato, and I knew that. So then, if I was doing that, the, like, piecemealing of it meant that they ran out on the pockets or something. No, this is just such chaos that it's like, I never know when the bobbin's gonna run out. Because why would I? Hey, I finally got my second wind. Awesome. Okay, that is going to help with the final push then. I'm going to take it and we're going to run with it as best we can. Solve that warble issue, and of course the bobbin is run out, and the that was right over both sides of the okay, so where are you? Oh, and you're gonna okay, well, that's annoying. Let's clip the... Okay. So the annoying bit is the fact that the bobbin thread ran out, and the bobbin thread ran out before I noticed, and it ran out right as I hit the leather handle. Because normally when I start these, I do not start the... don't start on the handle because I'm not backstitching on the handle, because more holes in leather mean a weaker leather typically. Now I need to reverse engineer and get this handle back in place and a little bit above where it's actually been sewn so that we don't end up with more holes. Super annoying. Actually, maybe I'm going to trim that down. Yeah, I'm going to trim that down because there's no point in having that in there or trying to like really. I think this is actually a long enough piece as it is. Oh yeah, it's actually a very generous piece. What the heck? Okay, the small side of the wedge is the right length. So, okay. Now, the other part of this is I need to make sure that I'm not... Can I do it from this side? This is kind of problems I'm not supposed to be fixing right now, but here we are. It's the bees. The bees need to happen. Okay. Because they're the bee's knees. Although now I'm not going to have as many other strawberry fabrics at all. I think this is going to be the only strawberry fabric. That's sad. Oh. I'm not going to think about that too hard. We just need to get this clipped in and sewn. Clip and sew and clip and sew and clip and sew. And of course the stitching is like right on the edge of where I need to put the handle. Of course it is. There we go. Okay, so now that gets shoved back underneath. I need to reclip the side seam first. Is that right? I guess so, because yeah, I would put it in right. And the leather's facing out. Okay, whatever. Bees. Bees. Bees, bees, and strawberries are worth it. Bees and strawberries are worth it. I think they are. Maybe they aren't. Actually, I just realized that there'll be bees and strawberries. There won't be all the other strawberry fabrics, but there will be bees and strawberries, and there'll also be the kitty cats with the strawberries. So there's some representation of the strawberry family of fabrics I have right now. Bees and strawberries are important. Bees and strawberries are important. Let's get the bees and strawberries sewn because they are so cute. Alright, so I'm not responsible for what I say after midnight. I'm also not responsible for what I sing after 9 o'clock, apparently. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left, including the one that's in my hand. 6 out of 21. So that means we have sewn 5 sevenths, which is a lot closer than 4 sevenths. Wait. Yes. Well, it's not. Well, it's closer. I wouldn't say it's a lot closer, I guess. I'm doing the math. It's like, that's only 3 bags. I guess it's still 3 bags. That's all good. It's still closer. That's what matters. Getting closer. Getting closer. Getting closer. Getting closer. Stop pulling the clips along. It's time to clear the clips off again. And actually, I'm going to release all of these because there's a little bit of finagling that needs to happen here, it looks like. And it's easier to finagle without the clips in place. There we go. It finangled itself. I didn't even need to really do anything. Sweet. And that bobbin's already wound. 5 more. 5 more. Dun 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 dun. There we go. Okay. 16 out of 21. That one is not able to be fractionable except for 16 by 21. 16 out of 21. I was totally going to clear those clips off and I got distracted by finishing this up. Whatever. That's fine. That's what we're here for. 5 more. 5 more. 5 more. This is already fighting me. Fighting me. If it's too hard, it will get finished later. Whatever. Gotta get these clips off this table or else they're gonna just like crash on the next bag that I sew. Come here, my wonderful little rainbow of less bleeding. Oh, they're so good for not making me bleed compared to those pins. There it is. I'm like, there's one that dropped on the floor. We will collect it because apparently that was important right now. Could see it, so you know that needs to be trimmed down. It is quite a significant excess above the seam, so just shear it off here carefully that I don't cut anything else. Good. Oh yes, this is the French market trucks. I love it. I want it. We wants it. And that was not a royal we, that was a golem we. 100%. This is my precious. Oh, come on. There we go. That's gonna fight me. What if I take the... No, we're good now. Haha, it's not gonna fight me. It's not gonna fight me. Just get it sewn. Dun, 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 dun. Done. 3, 3 more. 3 more. 6/7. 6/7 of the way through. 6/7 of the way through. Bum ba da bum 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 ba da bum. Okay. Try not to mess this up too much here. There we go. Too much the last 2 days because my hamstring on my right leg is sore. It's like, hello. We need to discuss your positioning right now. It's like, all right. We will adjust the positioning. Actually, I should adjust the back of the chair because somehow it keeps slipping down. Oh, that's so much better. Okay, that was not instant relief for the hamstring, but definitely and then of course it slides down as soon as I sit back from it. How do I tighten that? It should just be this one. Oh, there we go. That's how. It was crooked, so it wasn't tightening. Oh, well, that's better. It actually supports my back now instead of being the upper back in the middle of my back. Amazing how that might change some stuff. This is the pentultimate, the second last. We have sewing 20 out of the 21 bags right now. I have to trim down all the leather handles. Leather handles must be trimmed down so I do not top stitch over them. It just doesn't work. That one of those, I gotta go back and just redo a little bit of seam there because it's way too close to the top. It wavered off of the seam allowance. It's fine, we'll just go back to where the seam allowance was in the right place. Or close enough to the right place, and then sew a straighter line. There we go. Look at that. Much better. Last one. The little black kitties with the strawberries. So these must be giant cats. I guess they're normal sized cats. Because that would be about the cat to strawberry ratio if you were to set a cat beside a strawberry. Just to measure the ratio. So never mind. It's not like the sloths and giant lemons situation. It's totally what I'm going to name it on the website. Sloths with giant lemons, because we're going to assume that those sloths are their normal size and they just are in giant lemon trees because the lemons are the same size as them. And if you're not if you don't know what I'm talking about one of my fabrics that will be sewn later. But it is sloths hanging out with giant lemons. That's what I've decided. I couldn't decide if it was tiny sloths or giant lemons, and I've decided that it's far funnier for them to be giant lemons. We're done the sewing. Okay, machine goes back off so that I don't accidentally sew myself or the bags. No, I'm stiff. Okay, so we need to trim all of these little leather bits down, and then we need to turn the bags. So I'm going to trim and turn each one, just because that strikes me as probably the easiest way to do this instead of trimming everything and then turning it. No, because if I do that, if I just cut all of them, I can just keep the scissors in my hand. Never mind. Keep the shears in my hand and cut them down, and then we'll turn them, and then we'll top stitch them, and we'll do the finishing seam, and then we'll do the branding. But where did the other side of that? Really? Is that what happened? Gosh. Damn it. Okay. So the handle didn't get caught on the other side of that one. So that one is gone. Into the timeout for next week. Decided that it did not want to go to Dawson Creek either. Along with all the other ones that are like, no, I am going to give you issues. Alrighty then. Have fun staying home. I don't know how that got missed, but alright. I don't think I've actually ever missed a leather handle on one of these bags. And like I said, we're approaching definitely the mid 500, like around the, probably, I don't know, I said 500s. I think I sold 109 last year, including wholesale. So I think I'm probably up around the 400 to 500 mark right now. No, 250. 250? Well, with the number I just cut, it will be, so. Because I'm like, I took something like 30 to the first knits, to the Knit City. That was the first time that they debuted. Then I had to restock because I think I came out of Knit City with one that year. And then so I restocked for Edmonton. I think that was another 35 or so. So that's 70. Say 70. Paula ordered a 33-ish, 35, so 105. I sold 109. Oh, but that included that number. Okay, so that, yeah. 70 and 109 last year. Okay, so yeah, around 220 of these sewn so far in the last 2 years. And if I had more, I would 100% sell more. So that's what we're going to work on. Just getting more Kato stock for sure. I have another 20-foot booth in Knit City, but it is only 8 feet deep. I don't know why they're shallow. That tells me that we might be in like the downstairs like ballroom space or something like that. I've actually never done an event at Telus Convention Center, so I cannot say anything about it. I've been there as an attendee, and I've been there as an event organizer to tour. We ultimately actually decided against it because you have to use the material handling. I think for a certain amount of stuff, at least. And that is something you have to work into your booth fees, and that's fine. But you didn't have to do it at Stampede, so at the Big Four building. And the Big Four building, the other actually but the other factor in the design with the Stampede is that we could rent one part of the building, whereas the Telus Convention Center, you could technically rent a part of the upper floors, but they wouldn't confirm until like a month out whether you had the upper floors or if you had the ballroom. Because it's basically like, unless you can rent out the whole space, you could be pushed out of it by someone who can rent the whole space. I'm just like, okay, well, obviously you get enough clients that is something that you don't have to worry about, but my goodness. So those two factors, it was like, we would never be able to rent out the full top space. The full top space is like the giant Christmas market space. So that wasn't happening. It's also hella expensive. And obviously far more expensive to rent out that room as well. That amount of room, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. It feels like we're going to end up down in the downstairs ballroom. So good to know. At least that's my guess. I don't think they've actually said. I think it's just Telus Convention Center, Calgary right now. This is all spiral monologuing about what my guesses are. And I guess ultimately it really doesn't matter, because once you're at the TELUS Convention Center, you're at the TELUS Convention Center, you'll find us. So that's what matters. Which I never really thought of before. It will be well signed. It is train accessible, which is huge. Right in the downtown. So lots of hotels right around there. All the good stuff. Few more to cut the leather down on. Stretch and grab the rest. Looks like there's about 7 or 8 left to trim down, and then we'll do all the turning and the top stitching and the finishing seams. Turning, top stitching, finishing, and then branding the logo. And then we'll assess. I have a feeling I am not gluing logos tonight. What time is it? It's 20 to 10 right now. I think it's actually taking more time to trim down the leather than it was to, like, or a comparable amount of time to trim down the leather as it was to actually sew the bag. Hey, bud, what's up? Yeah, I know. Yes, you're a cat. Flin-flon. He's down here. I'm like, I chatted at you. You chatted back. Now I'm going to ignore you. I must clean my sexy chicken leg. Hey, 2 more. 2 more, 2 more. 2 more. Okay, so maybe this didn't take as long as sewing them together. And actually the top stitch shouldn't take as long either, because it shouldn't fight quite as hard. It should just go. Maybe. Who knows? Sometimes it fights me. We'll see, and we'll hope for the best, because that's all we can do. Like I said, I set it up for success. There's a lot of other factors in it. Alright, 2 more clip downs for the handles. And if you're like, Katie, why are you clipping down all this leather? It's because when I top stitch it, it does and honestly, even if I don't top stitch it, it does a little weird jut because it's quite a heavy leather. Actually, I wonder if these could go with a lighter leather, and then I use the heavier leathers for like straps and like straps and shoulder straps. I wonder if that might be a better option, because it would sew in nicer. Well, not this stuff sews in nice, but it would it wouldn't be quite as stiff in the bag. That is something I'm going to have to think about, actually. It would also change my expenses on my end too. Cats. Be a lot more accessible in some ways. Turn, 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 turn. 8.5 hours of work to get 20 bags done. Ooh. Now, I guess, okay, 1.25 hours of that was spent not in the basement, although I was cutting leather for them, so there's that too. But definitely a little bit of distraction time because kiddos. So 8 hours, say 6, 7. Let's say 7 hours. 20 bags. Oof, okay. Take quite a bit. Although I guess that was also, never mind. That was a ton of prep work for our sewing up other bags, and this is just the pare down. I got 20 bags finished in 8.5 hours, or whatever we're going to count. But I also sewed together a lot more than that before I went, well, this isn't going to work. I'm not going to get all of that done. So that's part of it too. I'm like, let's make this nice and wide so that you can actually, can it? Is it wide? No, ultra wide. There we go. Hello. So now you can actually see what we have here. Right, yeah, because I was sewing like, I sewed all the exteriors and all the wedges. That sort of sewing. Okay. And it's not 8.5 hours for 20 bags. Phew. That would not be a good return on, well, it would break the time that I've added into the schema for paying myself, basically. Okay. Gorgeous. Seriously, I think that's my favorite use of that fan fabric so far. Dharma kitties. Dharma kitties. This is, so the Dharma kitties are also on that Dobby, which is a slubby warp and weft. Adds a very interesting texture to the fabric. It's a fairly lightweight fabric, but because of the texture, it feels like very rugged. Very like, I'm not gonna say very natural, I guess. I'm like, it's kind of like a synonym to rustic. It's not rustic. Hand, maybe? Like hand woven? Would maybe be the key to it. But anyway, it's an interesting, whatever. It's an interesting texture. That's the key in that whole description. It adds an interesting texture. Oh, we do have some more strawberries. Okay, cool. We got the light blue strawberries with a black bottom. What am I doing? I should just be leaving these out and doing finishing seams. Okay, there we go. That's what we'll do. Then we'll turn them in and do the top stitching. So finishing seams, top stitching, logos. 9:45. We got time. I got time. It's all good. We're this far. We will wrap up. Doesn't matter tonight. We will wrap up on these bags and their logo brands tonight. Brands tonight. Blah, 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 blah. Blech. I hope I'm able to talk this weekend. And these are going to need a... Oh, interesting. The back part of this leather is very hairy, and so it's shedding on the bag. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to need the little vacuum or the lint roller for that too. Leave it out. Okay, we do have more strawberries than I thought. We don't have like the big strawberries on the cotton linen blend, but we've got this one and a couple others. So that's good. There'll be a representation of the strawberries there. Taking off my rings because they're rolling around. And I just realized that Mickey ring is really bad about getting caught on stuff because it's kind of, yeah. It's really bad about getting caught on stuff. Alright. Around and around and around. Birthing the bag. Okay, I didn't know if the iridescent rainbow D-rings would be too much on this, but they are perfect, actually. So with the sand and this, and then with that nice brown handle. So if you're just joining, I'm currently turning out all of the Kato bags that I will be able to get finished in time for Peace Fibre Festival. It is currently running about 21 bags, which is far down from what I was anticipating being able to get done. But I was also very over-ambitious in what I cut. So let's get it done though. We are going to be turning these, and then I'm leaving out the interiors because I need to do finishing seams. And then we're going to do top stitching. Typically I would do finishing seams last, so that I could just clip them apart while I'm traveling. But I'm like, why am I stuffing the interiors into the bags when I just need to do finishing seams anyway? So I'm doing the turn, the finishing seam, and the top stitching tonight. And then I also need to brand the leather logo to glue on the front. I had intended to glue them here, but I have a feeling that's very likely going to happen in the hotel room when we get up to Dawson Creek. You know, after all the other things that we need to do that day. So, mainly driving and setting up. But that's okay. We're going to get the sewing work done because I 100% cannot do the sewing work in the truck. I guess I could hand sew the finishing seams, but my stitches are so horrendous. It's less obvious to machine sew it than it is for me to hand stitch it. True story. My hand sewing used to be better, but I am out of practice, so. Alright. Birthing all the bags. Just about there. I'm doing a quick kind of overview just to double check. Like, the only thing that could really happen now is that I don't catch the drawstring. But considering the seam allowance and how smooth everything's sewed, we should be fine. So, because it was actually fairly smooth sewing, I'm quite happy with that. We do have one darker bag two darker bags to top stitch, so I will be biting the bullet and swapping the thread. I do not want to. I am kicking and screaming about it, but I will because I want this bunny bag to come with me and the turtles. So, plus they're finished, so they may as well come. No point in leaving them home right now, considering how much I've had to cut back on what we've finished. Or we're going to finish. Alright. Wisteria with koi. We got some tuxedo cats with the various like Japanese patterns. Got the Maiko. We got basically all the pets fabrics, the ones that use the pocket fabric. A couple decided that they were not going to be finished. Well, 3 decided they weren't going to be finished. So one of the Shiba Inus I didn't do the wedge on yet. The wall cats, the handle didn't get caught on one of the sides, so it's just like dangling in the bag. That's not going to work. And then, Katie, what are you doing? Oh no, because I like the look of it. It's aesthetically pleasing. Like, why am I putting this like leather wristlet in? Why am I not just doing the D-ring tabs and then like making a leather wristlet to attach to this? But part of it is I do like the aesthetic of this. I feel like it might be more comfortable than a wristlet. But now I'm like, that's actually definitely what I will do for the kimono. Am I? Well, so I'm planning to do the waxed canvas bags, and I was like, the Kato and the waxed canvas exterior with like the Japanese interior with just the Japanese fabric, like, or the Japanese fabric just poking out the top as the drawstring will look spectacular. Hey cat. But now I wonder, and I was going to actually cut the leather handle on that one because I was like, well, there's no point. I may as well just make basically a drawstring purse, and that would be the intended use, although you could use it for knitting. And then I'll make it like a leather wristlet. Ho ho ho. But yeah, I like the aesthetic of this because I think it's the Finch bucket bag has the one that's inserted on the side, and I don't like the look of it as much. This to me is a cleaner look. It's also different from anything else I have, so yeah, we'll stick with it. It was just a brainwave. I will look at maybe a lighter leather though, because it will be easier for this machine. Although, like I said, it deals with this one fine, but whatever. better to not damage the machine in some ways over time without really knowing it, because there's not much you can do to really open this thing up and repair the interior of it. I don't think. There probably is, but I don't know. Where's the opening? 2 more bags to turn, and then we'll do the finishing seams, and then we'll go in and top stitch. 2 more bags, 2 more bags, 2 more bags to turn. Remember, I'm not responsible for the songs I make up past 9 o'clock at night for myself. Yeah. And there's just something about this bag construction that is like so good. Alright, back on the floor with you. One last one here. Pull the turtles from their hidey hole, because they also need to have a turning seam done. Turn this last bag. I'll pop my rings back on because my fingers feel naked without them. Well, what I was thinking is it's like, yeah, exactly. Basically, I would make a small wristlet with like a hook, a snap hook. And then it would just like rivet, and then it would clip on and off of the bag is what I was thinking. Does that make sense? So it'd be like a leather handle to wrap around the wrist with a snap hook that would snap onto this. Just like the crossbody would, but like only one side, because it'd only be one snap. I'm just wondering if that would look, I think maybe for like more of the purse style, that would look more elegant. Like I said, I already knew I was going to ditch it for the waxed canvas version of it. Also because the waxed canvas is going to be heavier anyway, so that would put a strain on the machine to finish, along with the leather. All right. Everything's just like, I'm going to jump off the table. But yeah, I think that would actually work. It's worth trying. No point in not trying it. But, yeah. I don't know. I do like it. I think maybe even for the kimono ones and the obi ones, just have a wristlet handle available, and then the crossbody as well. Because yeah, ditching it for them would also be kind of nice, I think. I don't know. I guess some more experimentation is going to need to be afoot here soon to see maybe some adjustments and variety. For these guys, I like the aesthetic of having it on the corner, but I do think I will look for a lighter weight leather. But yeah, D-ring handle. But the one thing I do know is that a lot of people buy it because of the wristlet too, so maybe I don't want to mess with that too much, because it's most of the time it's like, no, I'm just going to use it as that. It's like, all right. Versus like actually using it for a purse or something like that. I have lots of people come back for a strap later on. But, yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I think for like the ones that I'm going to intend more as a purse, we'll skip the wristlet and just go like that's the sewn in wristlet and go to a detachable, swappable crossbody / like clip-on wristlet. I think that's a good option. I think so. I think these cotton linen blend ones and everything like that will stay like they are. The ones that are intended as like initially intended as a project bag, but then any waxed canvas ones and kimono and obi ones will be swappable without a sewn in wristlet. That being one of the big differences. much as I should probably sew on Wednesday as well, I do think it'll be more important to take the day off and just clean, move my body differently, and have a good nap. I think a good nap is necessary right now. Flynn, that's not for you. Psst, psst. Hey, cat. I'm gonna have to move those. He's like eating the plastic foam, or trying to eat the plastic foam from around like some glass jars that I have sitting up there. Flynn! Okay, 1 second. That's not cool. I'm gonna have to move them. So I took the thing and put it in a drawer, and then he's like, "Oh, what's in the bin underneath that I can eat?" Plastic bags, dude. Do not eat plastic bags. Little like Ziploc bags and stuff. Super annoying. Anyway. Alrighty. Back to finishing the closing seams. Almost done. There you go. Play with that. That is yours to play with. Not everything else that you're trying to go after. Hey. Yeah, I know. You are a cat. Do you want to come say hi? The people will adore you, I'm sure. He's like, nah, I'm camera shy tonight. I will just be a pest. Try to dig into your pile of newly made bags. Hey, come on, get under there. Thank you. We got it. And then, yeah, we're almost there. I don't know, maybe 10 after this one. So 11 right now. Ish. I haven't kept track. Got distracted by the cat. And chatting about wristlets. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. I actually had guessed correctly. 10. Plus the 1. So yeah, 11. Nice. Okay. Getting the like turning seam actually turned into seam. This is part why I like doing them on the sides, because I do think that they're less noticeable than like right in the middle of the bag, especially in a bag like this where it's like you're actually looking at the bottom all the time. Same as the box bags and the wedge bags and everything like that. It's like I don't like putting seams that way quite that visibly. So come on, fold under, It's like, I don't want to fold your mama. Don't make me. That was weird. I did not like that. Okay. Too far. Some of these do fight though. It's like, come on, just fold under. You know you wanna. And it'll be good. And you'll be finished. And there'll be vast celebration. Maybe not vast, but some celebration. Especially as we get towards the end here. Yep, go on. Okay. And we'll trim these apart and we'll top stitch them, which should be faster than actually stitching them together because it's a longer stitch length, because it's just top stitching. And we'll do the white ones and then we'll go in and do the black ones. And I'm just gonna make sure. Yeah, that got caught. Good. Okay, let's just. No, just stay over there. That's fine. Whatever. We're almost done. Yeah, white, then black, and then logos. White and black, then logos. White and black, then logos. Yeah, da 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 da. The consistent refrain. Okay. Fold. Pinch, turn, and under, fold, pinch, and under. Three more. Fold, pinch, under. Fold, fold, pinch, and under, penultimate, second last, etc., etc. Last one, we've done it. Oh my goodness. They just need top stitching, top stitching, top stitching. Doon, doo, doo, doon, doo, doo, doon, doon. All right, here we go. Okay, so this one will get set aside because it's going to need to be done with black thread. Just for the end, I'm going to finish it. It just can't be in the way up here. Same as the other one that's going to need the turtles, which I think is at the very beginning. Book ended by dark thread. So, you know, why not? That looks like a thread that needs to be trimmed right there. There we go. There we go. Done. Done, done. Alrighty. Get these little bunny ears trimmed. Done, done, done. Dun, 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 dun. That felt like there was a loose thread, but I don't see any. So let's just go. Whoops. Okay, well that one decided that it was done. And now we're done on that one. And now we're gonna do this one and that one. go. And this one. So I did the kids' haircuts at Disney World because they have their whole like first haircut special little thing. It's super cute. And I was like, well, if we don't do it there, we're probably going to end up getting it cut here, especially our youngest, because their hair grew in fast once it started growing. But now it's like they both got bangs cut in, which is so much better for them because they're able to actually see, especially the youngest, because again, super shaggy. But the youngest's hair, the short hair looked so weird on them. It was actually quite sad. So I'm like, let's keep it at least at like a medium length, unless we can't maintain it, as in they won't let us comb it or like whatever. But the little bit longer, shaggier hair suits them so much better. It was hilarious though, because the youngest's hair, I don't know how, but there was like this great big, ridiculously dry section in the back, like so bad. And you could just see the look on this like woman's face as she was cutting this hair off, of just like complete disgust of like, oh, this is so crunchy. It was really bad. I don't even know how it happened. Alright, so there's the turtles. It also will get a dark top stitching. Shibas. Done. Are these two connected? No, we're done. Okay. Top stitching, top stitching, top stitching. Long stitch length. Okay, now the leggings need to be shoved back into these bags, I guess is one thing. Okay. Shove. Not gently, because it needs to be popped, and then fold the leather handle up, and we are looking good. Nothing's like super nuts. And let's just make sure. Thank goodness. Okay, so I still actually worried that this interfacing wasn't enough to hold up against like the weight of the D-rings and the weight of the handle and like to hold up against the canvas, but it's fine, so we're good. Because this is the first round of Kato and with the new interfacing, and I just kind of committed and we just went with it instead of testing one of the bags. Obviously I test it in like the large box bags and stuff like that, but that is a different beast completely. So yeah, it's okay, it's all good, we're all good. There is thread in here that should not be in here, so let's trim that down at least. Flynn, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? These are two very important questions to answer, Kat. Am I trimming down those loose top stitch threads? No. I will before the show. But that is something that can happen when while I'm doing drawstrings. That's the key. Alright, there we go. One down. Okay, apparently it's going to happen now. Mostly because that'll just be easier with the... I'm right there. May as well trim them down. Alright, so all it needs now is the logo. And we're good. There it is. Oh, and the drawstring. But like I said, drawstring's happening on the road, so it's not like in my conscious mind right now. Carousel. Looking glorious with that brown handle. Iridescent D-ring. Glorious. Love it. The black one's going to look even better, I think. Actually, no, I don't know if... It would be really hard to top that one. Alright. I guess the other thing I didn't even check when I was doing the turnouts of these was the D-rings. Oops. Oh well, nothing like struck me as being super off, so that tells me that was probably fine then. Okay. Gonna start on this end. And we're gonna go around. Top stitching. Top stitching. Everything needs to be top stitched. This one, it is important to do the top stitching Like, okay, so most of the time, no, in my head, I am telling complete lies. I was like, most of the time, it's just decorative. But in this case, it is important because it like helps hold the lining inside the drawstring, especially in these gaps where you actually see the lining. Like obviously it is not completely finished right here. So you want to keep that lining in that, like underneath it, so you're not necessarily seeing it consistently when you're looking at the bag. Blah, blah, blah. But I was going to say that like in the large box bags and like the box bags I do, it's just kind of aesthetic. That's not true though, because it is actually holding the, in some ways it's almost more important than this one because it's holding the fabric out of the zipper. So I don't know what I was going to get to with that, but it was an incorrect point. All right, shimmy the lining inside. Pick up this handle. Stay up, please. Thank you. Okay. 2 out of 21. Ha ha ha. I am going to do a little bit lower cross top stitch because I think that'll go around the leather handle a bit better. Whee. So yeah, this would be also, so this would be the second place that a cylinder arm would be super helpful, because then you would just be able to like move it around the circle and it would help it keep its shape a little bit better. Not that this is doing a bad job, but that's just pie in the sky dreams. Like I said, I don't need another sewing machine, especially not one that's like so specific in some, specific in some ways. No. How did the name? Okay. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. That looks even like it's still, no, it's not connected anymore. Okay. It caught the drawstring as I was going around. All right, let's go back over that just a tick. Line it up. There we go. Okay. Good to go. Done. Michael. What is that? Number 3. So this is number 4. What time is it? 10:15. Okay, so we are definitely going to push the 11:30 bedtime. Probably midnight at this point, but that's still better than last night, because it's like, it's not just that I get out of the studio at 1. I also have to still go upstairs and change and do, like, I can't just go straight to bed typically. So there has to be a little bit of transition in there. So it was like I wasn't actually in bed until about 1:20 last night, which is late for me. And I, as I've said multiple times today, I am paying for it right now. Or I've been paying for it throughout the afternoon, that's for sure. So. Next one here, get it to the bag. Massage everything out a little bit. Could I press it? Yes. But again, I find that honestly it's more effort to press it for about the same result as it is just to like top stitch it typically. In the case of the large box bags, 100% is way better to have, like, I have to iron it. But in the case of these, especially with the whole, again, issue of being circular, it is really hard to get it pressed correctly for its shape. So We just don't do it. And if the occasional time happens that I have to re-top stitch it, well, then you have to re-top stitch it. It sucks. 100%. That is one of those things that's usually discovered after you get to a show, of course. So. Top stitching, top stitching, top stitching. Logo branding, logo branding, logo branding, logo branding. Feels like the Mini Muffin song. I don't know how many people actually ever saw that. It's a very niche part of the internet from like a while ago now. Probably early 20-aughts or 2010s. Anyway, I will try and track it down, but it was like the there's a set of mini muffins marching along. Mini muffins, mini muffins, mini muffins. And it's something happens and the other character, who is a woman, eats one of the mini muffins. It's like, "Wee-ow!" And the mini muffins look at each other aghast. And then they start suggesting other foods. Tuna sandwiches, tuna sandwiches. Pancakes, pancakes, pancakes. And then, anyway, yeah, just all these different foods. So as I'm like chanting this like, logo brands, logo brands, logo brands, it's like in that cadence, I guess, might be the best description. That's all I can think about. Mini muffins, mini muffins. Oh, rhubarb pie, that's one of them. Rhubarb pie, rhubarb pie. Anything that's kind of like in that inflection and like, yeah. Mini muffins. Okay. Oh, I'm so glad that the pink Shiba at least are done. Did I get any of the other Shibas done? I know one failed. Maybe the gray one didn't? I don't know now. Oh well. I guess we'll find out in a couple minutes. As we like continue this top stitching. I don't know why I went so close to the edge there, but alright. Get you out of the way there. And you up and out of the way here. Oh man. Okay, sit up again. Interesting. Okay. I think we're probably about 7 in. Would be my best bet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whoa, cat. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, sweet. We're already over halfway. 11. Oh, we're not, because those are 13. 12 and 13. Because they need the black thread cable a little bit sorted out there. All right. Anyway, we're close. So we've done 8 so far. 8. Mini muffins, mini muffins, mini muffins. I think that's one of those things that was on like Newgrounds, which is basically kind of a cousin or a precursor to DeviantArt. No, it would have been cousins. Newgrounds, and there's like a bunch of Flash games, and that's where that again, this is another one that might be fairly obscure. I don't know, but narwhals swimming through the ocean. another one along there, I think. Nine have been sewn. Oh, it's so adorable. Oh my goodness, that came out really well. Look at that. A nice black handle. It's super bright. It's got those rainbow D-ring tabs, and then like, yeah, all of these are turned on their side, but it just matches very well. And the color scheme of it is like the perfect spring color scheme, I think. Also, these are apparently, oh, that's the right length, I guess. Okay, they seem like really long handles this time. I don't know why, but all right. Maybe they are. I don't quite know. They match the bag. That's what matters. Like, in like terms of aesthetic and everything like that, they're not overbearing on the bag, even if they are a little bit longer than normal. There we go. All right. Around and around and around. So this should be 9, right? Right? That's 9. So this should be 10. Let's see what kind of earworms I can give people. I guess, I don't know. What kind of earworms are wandering through Katie's head tonight? That was extremely close. My finger almost went under the needle. I need to pay better attention because now I'm tired. Around and around and around and around and around. I was just like, when is this bobbin going to end? And there it ended. Oh, so we've actually changed 2 bobbins since I swapped. So we've got 15 bobbins so far. Just since what? Since Wednesday? Saturday or Monday? Did we start bobbin counting Monday or Wednesday? Whatever. It's show push. I knew there was going to be a lot of bobbins, but my goodness, that is a lot of bobbins. What did I estimate? 22 to 25? I think we're gonna be just shy of 22. Because I'm also not gonna play like any bobbin chicken and not use that mostly full black bobbin for the 2 bags that need to be top stitched with black. Because that just seems like a stupid idea. It's like, no, just use the fuller bobbin in that case and not have to worry about winding and swapping it twice. And I haven't counted those bobbin changes either. Or if I did, it was like the first change basically, which would have been the first bobbin used. Whatever. It's not like it's a scientific count. It's just a curiosity count. bobbin, thread the bobbin. Yeah, I think it was Wednesday too, right? Like, I think Dallas was home. Yes. I set it up on Monday maybe, and then it was Tuesday that, or Wednesday that I started the actual count. Or something like that. I can't remember. It's an insane number whether it started on Monday or it started on Wednesday. So, like, holy, that's a lot of bobbins. It would be even more intimidating if it had been like a thread cone count. I used to keep track of how many thread cones I used during a season, and then they got to be too large, and I'm like, okay, well, yeah. And they always seem to although they do always seem to always run out around the same time, so there is that at least, so it's a lot of fun because it's like you end up with like 4 or 5 cones at the same time that just are like, and I'm done. It's gonna be a while before these actually run out, but I'll need to order a set of backups just so it's like it's ready to go when I do eventually run out of thread, I guess. I don't know. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 8 left. Haha. 8 left. It's nearly done. Holy. And then we need to brand 30 logos. 30 logos. 30 logos. I'm going to have to find the link to that. I'll put it, when I find the link to the mini muffins, I will put it in the, what I talk about when I talk about in the live playlist. Because I'm pretty sure I have it as in one of those already anyway, because it's hard to track down. But yeah, I'll throw that up in I'll put it in the playlist because it is obscure. And I don't know how many people have seen it. Or it's been a while, and so you don't remember what I'm talking about. Or whatever. Heck, even I don't remember exactly how it goes. It's time for me to rewatch it. Actually, I'll rewatch it with my kiddos because they would probably think it is the absolute peak of comedy right now, to be honest. Peak comedic value. All right. 5 more. 5 more. It's good because my legs are like, hey, this is a bit too much time pressing down on that pedal. Weird. I have not had this bad a physical reaction to sewing for a while. Actually, since I was pregnant. And I am not pregnant right now, that's for sure. Probably actually just also the transition into more of the walking in the routine, because I'm sad to say that what used to be an easy walk is now making my feet sore again. I'm like, oh crap. Of course. It's wild because like you do so much running and then walking makes you sore. It's like, what is going on? How does that work? I know it's different muscle groups, but seriously. There should be some transferable muscles there. But apparently not. Well, at least not all of them.
Where is the brand?
It's right there. Okay. That is like a key part of this whole endeavor is that brand. Makes sense that it's up there because I think I did the branding on the desk behind me last time. I will not be doing the branding on the desk behind me this time because it is full of the other Kato that did not get finished. And there's too many, like it's too much volume to put on the cart. I guess I could put them in the whip bin that's like in front of me, but it's like overflowing. So that'll be part of the tidy up on Wednesday is clearing that desk off. It's also got all the scraps that I want to keep for me to work patchwork with. So those need to be at least swept into the bin that I have for them right now. And then next time what I'll do is I'll just pull that bin out and I'll just organize, or they'll just go in there instead of going on to the cart. Oh, I know. And then it'll be hilarious. I have shown it to them recently enough that I do remember that the eldest was able to talk about mini muffins for a couple days. So it's like within probably the last year and a half, maybe tops. Year to 15 months. Heck, I'm already singing it and I haven't even watched the video. I'm gonna watch the video and it's gonna be stuck in there for weeks. It's still gonna be stuck in there for weeks right now anyway, so I may as well watch it. Well, it's already permeated my general consciousness. Oh, interesting. Two more, and then the black top stitching, and then the logos, and then the logos. White, two more white, two more black, and then we're done. And then I'm done. Holy, okay. So yeah, yeah, I don't think we'll be, because we have to both brand and cut. It's like, maybe I should glue the logos tonight like I was planning. And now I'm like, I don't know. I guess we'll figure that out. If the branding goes smoothly, we can. If the branding and the cutting do not go smooth, then we can't. I can't. Oh my goodness. I'm glad I got that second wind because it's like, otherwise I would be hooped. We would not have finished even this tonight. Because I was very close to being like, nope, I am actually just completely done. Which wouldn't have gotten us very far. Actually, it's probably the granola bar. Because I had the protein. And then the granola bar probably hit my system. I was like, yes, carbs. And did actually help the nausea. And the Tylenol finally kicked in. So the headache that I've been like having the sleep hangover with all day is finally gone. I should have taken some earlier. But, yeah, what are you gonna do? I didn't. Alright. Here we go. Last white top stitching. And if you're kind of like Katie, the budgies are a really random one to choose. Yes, they were kind of, but they're gorgeous. So that's why they made the cut. Not that there isn't like a crap ton of gorgeous fabrics in that pile, but they were right there. And I'm like, it's cheery. It's gorgeous. People usually like the birds. It's hard to find good bird fabric in Canada. So, black top stitching before I lose my momentum. Stay on there. Get back on there. Thank you. Okay. Come on, thread. There we go. And then where? Oh, the cones both fell off. That's right. We're not even going to switch the bobbin thread. We're just going to switch, we'll switch the bobbin. We're not switching the bobbin thread that we would use to wind the bobbin because we're not going to be winding more black bobbins, and that saves time. And we only have 2 of these to do. And then we're going to do the logo. 2 more, Katie. 2 more, 2 more, 2 more. And if I didn't want those bunnies desperately, we would not even be doing this. But I want those bunnies desperately because they are very elegant. So, definitely a different vibe from a lot of the other fabrics that I get. Like, all the fabrics I get are gorgeous on some level. But yeah, just like a different elegance level for sure compared to some of them. There we go. In it goes. And I am going to pull some of this back because that is a really long tail. And then we're going to pop out the white. This doesn't even need to go back in tonight because we are not doing any more sewing. We are done. Done, 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 done. Oh, they're both about the same amount. Okay, so we're going to use this one then. Mostly because it's just the first one I grabbed, so hey, why not? No point in digging around for the other one any more than what I just did. Anyway, yeah, this is like, oh, it's so good. So happy with how it turned out like that. Now if my phone actually catches up. And then it's got the navy D-ring tabs and it's got gold D-rings themselves. Turned out spectacular. And then I put the nice warm brown leather with it as well. And so that just kind of like, it is a cool blue, but I don't know what, like the brown just is a good, I guess, complement to it maybe. It just is nice. So maybe kind of like evoking the color of like the bark of the cherry blossoms that are on here or something like that. I don't know. It works though. And I don't know why it works. All right, penultimate bag. One more. Turtles, turtles, turtles. The super cute little turtles. This is what I count as a, like, not a minuscule print, but a small print. Oh, well, whatever, that's fine. Because there's quite a few turtles on here. Yeah. All the prints I work with are more of a medium size, but I like the small prints too because they have a different impact for sure. So, turtles, last bag. Last bag. And as much as I hate it, we are also done the sewing 2 nights before we need to leave. Ha ha ha. Which means I probably will be gluing. Maybe I should just plan to glue we'll see how I do. But maybe I should just plan to glue the logos on tomorrow night. Nah, I'll try and do them tonight. If they go smooth, if the cutting and the branding go smooth, we'll do them tonight. Because there's no point in waiting on them if they go smooth. Okay, done. We're done. We're done the sewing. Oh my god, I can't believe we did it still. Okay. I know it's only like 21 bags, but still, for the amount of time that we put into that, that is really fast. So I need to turn off the sewing machine. I need leather, and I need the metal block that I press onto, and I need the branding iron, and I need the dye and I need the arbor press. Oh my god, I need everything. Okay. Give me like 5 minutes to gather everything up, and then I will be back and we will do all of the things. Of course, my phone drops signal right as I sit down. Excellent. Exactly how it should happen. So how this is going to go down, I've actually got some that are already cut and branded. So we've got 4 of those. I cannot for the life of me find my little metal plate that I use to actually press with the arbor press to get, oh, and I didn't bring the arm over for the arbor press anyway. That's okay, we don't need to do that right away. Yeah, anyway, I can't find it for the life of me, so we're just going to jerry-rig it between the 2 cutting boards that I actually have and hope for the best. It should work. Basically, the metal plate just gives it a surface to press fully on the die to actually cut the stuff. But I'm pretty sure that I should be able to work it from there. I did find all leather that I know how reacts to pressing, so we're just going to use it because I'm familiar with it and I don't want to have to figure it out right now. I do have a piece of the other stuff too, though, if I run out of it. As you can see, I did do a lot of experimenting with it to figure out what exactly was the perfect timing, basically, because there is a temperature dial on this, but it's just kind of crank it up to 11 and go for it, or at least that's how I approach it. So, but I think I've got enough. I've got a lot, and I scrounged up a few more scraps even while I was over picking up the arbor press and all of that. Sorry, that was a terrible noise, especially on my end, so I bet it wasn't any nicer through the mic. So this is the cutting board that I use with the heat knife because it is heat resistant. It's got a little bit of no shimmy stuff. And I was like, I need a stand because this is another one of those appliances that gets extremely, scarily hot. And now, of course, I have to mess around with the cord. There we go. Okay, now I will plug it in and we will get it scarily hot. Okay. And it takes a while. I should have actually brought it over and got it cranking first thing. But what I am going to do is I'm going to remute the mic, go grab the arm for the arbor press, and then we'll come test this and see if it's actually burning or not, or branding. So give me 1 more minute. I know exactly where the arm is. Oh, okay, so we've already got 4 done. We've got 21 bags, so I need to only press 20. To brand 20. If you saw the random bag that I threw down, it's because we're going to top stitch it. Actually, we should top stitch it right now while this is getting warmed up here. It was a bag that actually was returned because the zipper wasn't fully installed. So this was one of the ones that ended up being a victim of the zipper tape not installing, and me not knowing it didn't install until, of course, a customer found it, which is super annoying for me. Obviously, I will make it right because that is totally on my end. But anyway, I got the zipper reinstalled. It just needs to have the top stitch put in place. So guess what we're going to do right now? Might as well top stitch it while we're waiting for that to heat up. Get a nice extra large box bag on hand. It looks brand new now, basically, so hey, why not? It was already a disaster of an order, and then she emailed me and she's like, so this wasn't sewn incorrectly, and I'm like, oh, of course it wouldn't have been. Okay, I do need to do a little bit better of a blend in there because they are like ships passing in the night. This does smell like it's heating up, and it's heating up pretty fast, so that's good. I appreciate that. There we go. Now we're good. So yeah, normally I would do this like branding over at the other desk, but right now the other desk is out of commission. And that is part of why it's like I need to go in and do a surfaces clean next week. It's not even going to be a deal with the root problems clean. It's just going to be get the surfaces tidy. Because my goodness, tracking anything down right now is difficult AF. I'm going to pull some of this passing in the night excess top stitching thread right here, and then we're just going to trim it up right there. Just not even seam ripping it, just pulling it out of the stitches. Then I'll trim it down so that they aren't flapping around in the bag. But there is a bag ready to go again, basically. There, and that's where there's blended. All done. What I'll do is I am going to take a lighter to that, maybe. Nope, don't even need to do that. Nice sharp little scissors. So there we go. We'll have a polka dot bunnies bag at piece as well, because why not? With some cat love on it, because also why not? Lint roller. I need to bring the lint roller. I'm going to put that on the notes so that I hopefully don't forget. Lint roller. There we go. Sweet. Okay, that does feel like it's probably warm enough. This is not the correct, or not the leather we're going to use, but I'm just going to check. If it freaks out, we're good. Nope. Barely even an impression yet. All right, so we gotta wait. And wait, and that's where the timing of this comes in. So we just gotta chill. Should have started this a little while ago, apparently, but there is no safe space to really put it right now, or it wouldn't cause damage. So actually this one that's right here would also be fine to actually use. So maybe I won't experiment too close to it, because that one is actually looking really good as well. Basically what happened with this leather, it's really interesting. It was basically press it too long, and it was like it burnt too far, so it looked like blurred, I guess would be the best description of it. I don't know. Probably the best description of it. Gotta just trim it down, because why not? And then we can use the rest of this leather for this pressing experiment. But there is another label ready to go. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Yeah, we've got all this other stuff too, but you know. I do eventually want to figure out how to foil press, but that takes a lot of like practice, and I have not taken the time to do it. I have the foil, but I don't know. I think this might be too hot without enough, like, also not enough kind of variability. I don't know. I should be able to technically, but I don't know if I can. So I'm going to also tighten this down, because apparently it is loose. Lovely. That's going to also affect the heating time. Still not there yet. Takes a really long time, and then once it's ready, it's like ready. Let's go. It's been a very long stream. In fact, I've been on for almost 10 hours. Holy. Alright. I know that I had a couple breaks in there, but it has been a long day. Okay, so it's 11. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to do the branding and the cutting, and then I will do the gluing tomorrow. As much as I don't want to, I'll do it tomorrow. I think there'll be time to do it tomorrow. I'll make time to do it tomorrow. I guess that's the key. Make time for it. Alright, well, since we're waiting for this to warm up, I may as well put some cream on my hands, because I'm noticing that they are unhappy. It's like, I think we've done that last move into spring. We're definitely we're not frost free yet. But the way it felt this morning, it's like, okay, this isn't actually not cold when you're outside doing stuff before 10 in the morning or before noon sort of thing. So that was nice. Actually, and then I figured out that with the waxed canvas, the Kato will need a different label again because you can't glue onto waxed canvas, obviously. Like Rato. Alright, so we'll figure something out. I don't even really know if the glue that I'm using right now for the regular canvas, like leather to canvas, is the right stuff or not, but it works as far as I can tell. I hope it stays on. Obviously, I don't know necessarily the longevity of them, but if you have a Kato and your label is still on and you've had it for a while, please let me know. I'm like, who can I ask? Actually, I could ask Caroline. She would be able to answer that. We're close. Very close. Okay, actually, let's... Yeah, there's little wander edges on this that aren't going to actually be a label, but we can experiment on. 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, if I stand up, then we're good. Okay, so I have to stand up to do this because that'll put an even distribution of weight on the actual surface. Again, just like with the dies with the little boards. The boards. They're not little. They're just boards. I'm going to leave it for 2 more seconds, and what I am going to do is I'm actually going to trim down this edge here where we've already cut some of the labels out, just so it is also easier to put under the press later. Alright. I could hear the mic freaking out about that. I'm like, what is going on? Okay, so we have... Can't press too far on that edge. We gotta press in the middle. We have 5. One just needs to be cut down. Still a bad noise. Okay. And which way are we going? This way. All right. So if we need 21, we need a buffer. So we need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sweet. So yeah, so we want a buffer. So I want to do at least 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And because if we don't cut, like if one gets cut wonky, I don't normally use them. Well, there's a few up there that we're probably going to be fine, so maybe I'll add them into the mix too. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Oh yeah, no. So now that one was too close to the edge, so I'm not going to be able to actually use it because the die is not going to be able to cut a circle. Yeah, so that one is fine, barely. And then that one should be fine as barely as well. That one's fine. Okay, so we'll put this one a tick down further. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we have 4 good ones right now. Is there enough space like right here? I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, we're good. So that's 5. So we have 15 more to go. Bring it down a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's what we're looking like so far. I don't actually know if that's going to show up very well on the camera. I don't know why. But it's looking decent. I think actually we need to go down to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's better. It's a little bit clearer. The 10s are fine, but the iron is still might be getting a little bit too hot, so we'll go down to 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that one is good enough. It's on the edge of not quite, but it's legible. Actually, so I'm going to look at those ones again that are on the shelf and see if they're legible enough. Otherwise, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, you can't read that one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got for sure 11. Well, 7 branded and 11 total, with 1 that still needs to be trimmed. So let's actually take a look at these guys up here as well. Just because if I can save that time, I will. These are all fine. I had a little bit more luxury of time last time, but like, they're fine. They're legible. They're decently centered. I think probably these got kicked because they weren't well centered, but they are all definitely handmade. There we go. That's what we're at. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Should be 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we will brand 16. We'll brand 9 more because we don't know how these are going to cut. 9 more. Oh, right. That was also one of the things of why to do it in like the whole scrap instead of cut and then brand was that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is that they actually don't curl as bad. Right, we're supposed to be doing 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That one didn't turn out very well. Okay, let's let it warm up again Probably it actually is cooled down now because I've been pressing rapidly. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 there. That's pretty good. So we're almost there. Okay, let's go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. And then we can go back down to 8 again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope, not even pressure that time. That's what happened there. Okay, I felt that even. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A little bit of a wiggle. There we go. Here, there, there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Which puts us at 25 then. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, we're good. I'm going to turn this off so it starts cooling down before I go upstairs for bed. It's off, and it is also unplugged, and then we are going to put it, I don't want to put it on the floor or anything like that. Not even on the like cutting board. Also, like, I kind of want to keep it close in case we need to do more cuts. That at least is not hot. Okay, we're gonna actually put it down here. Oh, I see what I'm going to do. I'm gonna put it underneath the cart on a flat surface, flat metal surface, so that it can't get knocked over easily. And then I will move it I'll move it into the cutting studio actually before I go to bed, just so the cats can't fuck around with it basically and hurt themselves or something else in the room. Okay, the arbor press. This is the last thing for tonight. We are 11:15. I said I had until 11:30. I might actually make an 11:30 bedtime. Could I be nuts and actually do some of my like gluing on 100%? Am I going to? No, not now. I am looking forward to bed. Gluing there's time to glue later. All of this really does have to happen right now though, so that's why we're going to do it. Alright. So the arbor press is like that. And then we need, what did I say? We needed the cutting boards. I'm going to put the little one on the bottom because then it's less likely to tip over on me. Because it has been an issue in the past with the larger one, although it should be a little bit better with the, okay, we're going to actually take advantage of this bright light. That's going to burn my eyeballs out, but you know. Okay, that is lined up. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to shuffle it in here as gently as we can. Center it as best as I can. And then we're going to use this as the presser. Oh, that's ridiculous. Alrighty. Usually, like I said, I have the metal plate to do this, so it's a little bit smaller at least. Do have to stand for this. This press should technically be mounted to a like workbench or something like that, but I don't have space for that. I could make space for it, and I might eventually. Okay, nope, that needs to be pressed again. Basically, it didn't get pressed at the back, apparently. Okay. Okay, so hopefully this actually works this way. I don't know. That's what we're trying to avoid. Okay, let's see if that worked. No. No, that actually refused to work. Okay, I wonder if it needs to be sharpened. This has definitely cut quite a few. Or if I need to use the larger board on the bottom maybe, and then the smaller board on top. Just so the force isn't like pushed out in quite so many directions maybe. Do that. And if this doesn't work, I will go do a better search for the metal plate. Okay, looks like it was fairly centered. Oh, there we go. Nope, that went through that time. Okay. Just a different distribution. Okay. And well cut as well. Yay! Okay. Now just a good jillion more to do. Yay! Okay, like I said, we're going to take advantage of this nice bright light. I'm going to center these as best as I can in this. And this is why I trimmed this piece down as well, is because it's easier to maneuver in the arbor press when it's smaller. Alright, there we go. And then when I start to work over here, we're going to move it over here like this to actually highlight these. And then we're going to put this under the press as central as we can, because that's how you're going to get a nice, even, and easy cut. Okay, there we go. So we are on one of the last steps for the Kato bags that I have to do at home. Drawstrings are the very last step, but I am doing those in the truck on the way up to Dawson, and that's always been the plan. Right now, this step is cutting the branded logos for the front, so that you know when you buy a bag who made it. Because it was pointed out, or I had a very big brainwave one day because I was watching a knitting podcast and they looked at their bag and someone said, "I really love your bag." And they're like, "Thanks, I don't know who I got it from." And I'm like, well, that was an excellent missed marketing opportunity. So from then on, everything has been branded somehow, or not everything, but as much as I'm able to do, viably. Obviously, I don't brand my bookmarks. Ooh, hello, thread. Okay, good. Yeah, I don't brand my bookmarks because that would just take up like basically like a full quarter of the bookmark, so that's not gonna work. Okay, I think that did like a, yeah, that's partial cut. I think these need to be sharpened. That might be part of the issue right now. Sharpened or oiled, I can't tell. Okay. So pop it on and pop it in as best as I can here to get it into that groove again. That's what I'm trying to do. There, that should work. And we'll shove it back a little bit. But anyway, and so yeah, the leather. This was a new endeavor for the Kato bags because I knew I wanted the leather tag. Did I need to do them myself? No, I didn't actually need to do them myself. But the cost over time of learning how to do them myself and like getting the branding iron for them is far cheaper. Although my brother-in-law has a laser cutter, and I'm like, maybe I should get you to try and laser cut these and laser engrave the logo, because that would be much more consistent than what I'm doing right now. I don't know. I actually, as much as I'm like whinging about this process, I like doing it in some ways as well. I definitely like branding the logo. Cutting, I could probably figure out a better way to do the cutting. I did find that out, like, I don't know, 6 months after I bought this logo one, that they do actually have a set where it's like, well, we have a presser and a die. And basically it's just like a die, you press or brand your logo in, and then it also creates a ridge to put the die in, so that when you go to cut it, it always cuts it in the same spot. I'm like, damn it, why didn't I think of that when I was actually ordering these? But, oh well, live and learn. Okay, that needs to be pressed again at kind of at the front here. I do need to make a bench for it though, so that I don't have to keep dealing with that jump. Wonder if I can convince Dallas to put the arbor press in the garage on his workbench. That would be handy. Although it's metal, so I don't think that would work. So I'm gonna have to figure out a setup down here. Probably just a table that it actually mounts to. I think I've got the IKEA desk right now that's like an L desk, but I don't think it's sturdy enough for what I want to use it for, because I want to use it for all these presses and everything. And realistically, with all the presses, I'm always standing. So it needs to be like, it can't be standing height, because I need to be able to get the force behind it, obviously. But it does need to be sturdier than the desk I have right now. Flynn, what are you doing, cat? He's like trying to eat a plastic lid and then trying to eat a plastic tire, like chew on a plastic tire. Oh, I don't understand. The weirdo. I love him, but he's such a weird cat. Okay. I'm going to shuffle that out a little bit so that this gets centered. Well, there we go. At least with the two cutting boards, it would hurt to get it fall on my foot, but it wouldn't be as devastating as the metal plate I normally use. So that's a plus. What I should do is probably just get a second 6-inch cutting block, to be honest. Cutting board instead of the 12-inch, but you know, it'll happen eventually. Maybe. Well, maybe one day. If I'd known that I wasn't going to find my metal, I would have actually bought one when I was at Tandy the other day. So I will remember that next time I'm at Tandy. I need to set up for, like, maybe I need to get like one of those ruler setups. Not for actual rulers. I could pilfer one of my dish racks that I use that like is for display, but I don't actually use it for display because I have too many. And then I could use it to stand up all these random little cutting boards and everything for the leather working on the desk that hopefully they'll permanently get here eventually. Good. Okay, I'm just going to kind of shuffle it around into where I think the edges are and make sure that it is cut. That feels good. Yep, sweet. Yeah, and I think this one is... Oh, it could just barely make it work. It would be a little bit extra on the bottom. But you know what? That's fine. Let's do it instead of wasting the leather. Okay. Right there. And actually, it's about right there. Okay, and then I'll trim up that. That's how it turned out. It's a little bit high, technically, in where I would normally cut it. And I'll just need to trim that down later. Or glue it down into the back of the bag. That would actually work too. Okay, one more on this sheet, and then we'll do the other sheet, and then it is bedtime. Or should I glue these? Should I glue them? That is the question. If I glued them now, I wouldn't have to worry about tomorrow. No, I gotta run tomorrow. I need a good sleep before this run tomorrow. Yeah. No, it's almost 11:30. If it was 11:15 and I was done, I would consider gluing them. But it is neither of those things. So I'm going to work until these are cut and done, and then it is bedtime. So probably until about 11:45. Another 20-ish minutes here. Don't crush the laptop, Katie. That would be an actual disaster. And I would be very upset. Okay. Oops, nope, that is not cut through yet. Okay, so it needs a shimmy and a board and a press. There we go. Yeep. Okay, well, one's down there. All right, and then that one, it's Nekozook. All right, nope, that doesn't work. Nekozook. Okay, so one's on the floor. Decided that it did not actually want to be a logo or a brand or whatever. 2, 4, 6. I'm just gonna make sure that, like, we're not 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Okay, even if I only cut 4 more, then we're set. That cap is right there. Okay, 4, 5 more just to be on the safe side, because I think there's 21 bags, but we also ditched one. So I think we're actually at 20. Right? Whatever. We can cut 5 more. It's going fine. It's going smooth. And then these ones will be just, I won't cut them yet because I want to save the time right now and go to bed instead. So we'll just cut the ones we need, and then we are going to still stack these between the cutting boards because they are a little bit curly. Not too bad, but a little bit. So keep your finger out of the way or else it'll get crushed. Keep your fingers out of the way or else they'll get crushed. I really don't want to crush my fingers. Okay, I think we're good there. So the bottom cut, that was, nope, we're good. Sweet. Okay, 1. That's definitely not centered, but we'll move it around. 2. That's better. I heard that. Okay. 2 of 5, so 40%. Nope. 40% mark, 90% cut. All right, get in there, do your job, right there. Okay, I think that did it. Good. Fabric. Surprise. Why would there be fabric up here? Okay. 2. I'm gonna do this one. 3. am I doing? Move the leather, not the board. There we go. Well, obviously, as I move the board. Oh, okay, that one was tough. What the heck? No, don't pop off. Bah. Okay. Yeah, that is really tough. What the heck? It must have been a tough portion of flesh or something. Okay, well, let's see if that... I'm gonna actually just preemptively do an extra one on the front because I have a feeling that didn't. Okay, maybe it did. Sweet. Okay, good. That was 3, so this will be 4. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, and then we'll do the last one right beside it. I'll double check my counts, and then it's bedtime. And then it'll be bedtime. That is not centered. If I look underneath, which means I need to move the leather. I need 3 hands. There. Okay, we're still going to preemptively move it and get the little edge cuts that seem to be getting missed. Okay, good. Oh my goodness gracious. What did I say? That should be 4, right? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we need the 5th one here. And then we're good. We're done. And then the rest of these can be cut later for basically just preemptive burns because I wanted to make sure that I had excess in case I messed up a cut to the point of not being able to use it. So, as I can occasionally do. Okay, let's see here. First off, why do your caps keep popping off? Second off, we need to get that as centered as possible. Okay. Why is this one so hard? Well, so the whole point of the arbor press is that the lever moves so that you can get the leverage to cut what you need, and that was really tough. Okay. Anyway, we should be done. And now that cap has flown the coop, and I have absolutely no idea where it is. Excellent. That's what I need to happen tonight. I guess we'll be finding it when I tidy up next week. Oh, there it is. I see it. Okay, good. At least I found it. Okay, so we have 1 on the floor that I'm not going to dip down to get until after I'm off stream. We have 1, 2, 3. So that's actually 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So we're set. We're all done. All I need, yeah, and so they're curling a little bit. You can kind of see that. So what I'm going to do is we're going to set it up that these are sets of 4. Even the ones I've done before, because why not? May as well make sure they're super flat. 4, 4. That's a set of 5. That's okay. And that one really needs to be done, so we'll put that one at the top here. 2. And that one's flat, so we're not going to worry about it. Like that. And then I'm going to pop that down on the floor. That goes back in there. I am going to pick up a few things before I go to bed. Actually, we're going to flip these so that they go here. And then I'm going to set this press on top of this, and it's going to help keep flatten them out so that it's easier to actually glue them onto the bags. So I am going to also move the laptop so that I don't damage the laptop doing that. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me for this ridiculously epically long stream. I will not be back on until potentially probably Wednesday next week. I will send photos and post photos to Instagram and YouTube over the next little bit. And if you're in the Dawson Creek areas, please come join the event on Sunday at the Dawson Creek Curling Center. It is from 11 to 5. I hope you guys all have a fantastic evening or night or day, whatever time you're watching this, or if you're watching this in the future, of course, as well. Just realize that can tick up. And I'll chat with you all soon.